25, one entry of the position, and shorts on NVDA at 487. We already closed NVIDIA once up here with this big red candle down for a nice 67-cent gain. But right now we're just looking at shorts on NVIDIA and Tesla at this moment in time. And if you look at Tesla actually did technically almost kiss that retrace neckline level. So Tesla has this neckline, pivot to pivot, breakdown bar, and it's trying to retrace there. You're potentially putting in a 10-minute hammer candle on the Tesla chart here, so we'll have to watch that closely. It is one of the stronger stocks today. The XLY, so consumer discretionary ETF, just went green, so it's a little bit risky shorting here when that sector goes red. I'm going to add to the NVIDIA short here at 487.80. I will add there 487.80, and I'm going to look to add to my Tesla short at 220.48. 220.48. So keep those on watch. But NVIDIA still has one head and shoulders pattern that has triggered, not completed the downside, and another potential one on watch. Looking at the SPY, it is seeing a little bit of a down candle, but nothing yet. You are above the EMA 113 on the 1-minute chart. So that's a short-term positive. Microsoft's still trying to move higher, but it's seeing some weakness right now. What's interesting is Apple. If you look at Apple, get ready to add to Tesla here. Get ready to add to Tesla. At this 220.50, I will add to my short, as well as NVIDIA at this 487.84 level, or even the dotted line at 487.95. That's pre-market high. So I never got filled. I just missed it by a few pennies on Tesla. We'll see if it comes back. Oh, there, I just got filled at 220.53. 220.53 short. So that brings my average up to 220.22. And again, next add level will be at this 221.13 or 221.14. That'll be the next add level on the short side. So it's moving higher here. Remember that consumer discretionary is green now, so it's a little bit. SPY just made a little bit of a kiss that gap window. It's looking like it wants to go to gap fill, but then you have Apple looking the opposite of SPY. So it's really interesting divergence. Get ready to add to Tesla up here, around up here to this 221 area. And NVIDIA, since the market's moving up, I'm going to move this up a little bit to 488. Tap of 488, and I will add to the NVIDIA short. Amazon's remaining strong. Microsoft's trying to curl and move a little bit higher here. NVIDIA, I'm going to add to my short here. I haven't added yet. There it is, 488.07. 488.07. Whoops. 488.07. So that's a 2/4 position. Brings the average to 480.60. 480.60. NVIDIA is hitting resistance. This could be the right shoulder that we're forming. Tesla, I just added at 221.25. 221.25. Tesla's moving higher here. Big move up in Tesla. Let's see if we get some sort of a pullback. Next add level will be at this gap fill. Gap fill is approaching at 222.09. Get ready. Can even let it pierce that level. But Tesla's getting very extended. All right, I'm about to add to Tesla here. Boom. 222.08. We pierced that high. 222.08. You're even piercing it now. So my average now is 221.31. Short on Tesla. That's a full position on Tesla. That is a full position on Tesla on the short side. And I will use now my stop loss is going to be this wick high here. All right, so we are short here with an average at 221.31. 221.31. I can see a pullback on Tesla at least. Let me just erase just this fib zone. At least to this 219.70, which would be $1.67 for us. Now NVIDIA looks to be forming this right shoulder, so just be careful. Just be careful. Market makers are potentially selling. We will see if this shapes up to be a head and shoulders there on NVIDIA. Down candle coming in Microsoft as well. The overall S&P made a brief new high. We are flat on both trades. Flat on both trades on the short side. Never ever got that retrace on Microsoft that I was looking for, which makes me very suspect of this price action. All right, so NVIDIA, we're in the money now. NVIDIA looks to be curling. This is a big head and shoulders that could play out. Tesla's looking for a 10-minute close above this neckline. Notice how we pierced the gap, filled that little gap fill. It's a little hard to see on my screen, but look at that perfect gap fill. Now you're looking to be rejected at this neckline. So you've done a full retrace of the neckline on Tesla. Looking for a 10-minute close below the neckline. If we get that, I think there's a big downside move that could. Look at this move on NVIDIA. It's looking pretty nice to the downside. Very nice. So we never officially had to adjust a third time. So you got a neckline break on NVIDIA. Watch the semis fall now. Let's see if the semis fall. I'm going to move a stop loss to basically break even. Actually, I'm going to move my stop loss to 487.34. So we're protecting the trade now. We're in the money on NVIDIA. Let's protect the trade on NVIDIA. Repeat, we're short at 487.60. And we have a stop loss now at 487.34. This head and shoulders has triggered. I'm going to remove this one. A 1 minute close above negates this pattern. 1 minute close above negates this head and shoulders. One target of the head and shoulders, the original one, has been almost fulfilled at 486.12, give or take. Tesla, look at this fall on Tesla. It's coming in now. All right, I moved my stop loss on Tesla to 222.26. Basically a pierce of that high of day. NVIDIA is still falling. This is good to see. Tesla is still rallying. And I repeat, these are both short trades. Microsoft saw a big fall. Microsoft's still interesting. There's still a potential that we could actually, let me pull up this Microsoft chart. Still a potential on the long side that we can enter because we've never had that retrace back to the neckline. So take a look at this play here that we're touch base on Microsoft. So a retrace to the neckline on Microsoft puts you at around, give or take, this 366.60, and this is a lowering neckline now. So if this consolidates, you go lower in the overall trend. The dollar's weakening here, so this is where we want to tighten up some of our stops on the short side because I am seeing the dollar start to fall a little bit. NVIDIA got a nice close above that neckline, so it has negated. Remember, we have a stop loss on NVIDIA. Now, since NVIDIA is getting a close above this neckline, there's one final head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute chart that we can watch. And basically, it's using this flat bottom neckline as your neckline. We're still technically intact. You haven't officially got that 1 minute close. We'll know in 13 seconds. If we do, Tesla's pushing up. Bearish consolidation on Apple. SPY is moving up though because the dollar's falling. VIX is fading. Still weakness in the semiconductors, which you have to respect. You know, Tesla's up quite substantially on the day, 3%. So even a a 20 to 30% retracement of that move is probably very likely. So Tesla's trying to move up. We have an in-the-money stop on NVIDIA. We have an out-of-the-money stop on Tesla. SPY is about to fill the gap. Huge move on the S&P. It's trying to go green. The S&P is trying to go green. Take a look at this S&P move here. So S&P is trying to go green, even though the semiconductor, the SMH, is still down 0.85%. Look at this NVIDIA break. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. That's a thing of beauty. So now I'm going to move my stop down to this 487.16, protecting the trade even more, allowing us to have more stops in the money. Take a look at Tesla again. Tesla is still trying to hold most of the gains up here. NVIDIA, big break. So watch the market leader. Remember, stocks were weak in the morning, and basically NVIDIA was strong and surging, and now NVIDIA is starting to break down. So this head and shoulders target at 483 is in play. We're short NVIDIA at 480. Let me just double check that, 487.60. All right, so NVIDIA is still trying to fade. Tesla, we're flat. We are short Tesla at 221.31. Tesla's breaking down. This will be good for the market to see a nice retrace of this move that it's done. Apple's trying to move up. Microsoft's almost completed the measured move of that inverted head and shoulders. So watch it closely. Definitely watch it closely. So that was one downside move. Look at this Tesla fall now. Here we go. That's good. So you made a lower high. Now we need to take out this low to make a lower low in the trend. And then we could be seeing a trend change in Tesla, at least for the short term. Bearish divergence on the RSI. It's good to see. NVIDIA is trying to push back up, retesting this neckline, this upsloping neckline. Microsoft's pushing up. Indices are all pushing up. We're tapping that neckline now on NVIDIA. Your big retrace on NVIDIA would be, again, a tap of this neckline, or this downsloping trend line, I should say. And we could actually keep shorting it on the way down if we get those taps. All right, so I'm going to move my stop loss now on Tesla to basically this high pivot, and we'll see if we can get some follow through to the downside. So we are in the money on Tesla, still out of the money stop on Tesla, in the money stop on NVIDIA. Tesla's trying to break down. If we lose this pivot, we're probably going to test this fib zone at 219.64. This is your first lower high in Tesla. I repeat, this will be your first lower low in Tesla. So Tesla will be forming a lower low if we lose this area. There it is, 17 seconds, we'll know. Right now you have the materials sector down. You have the energy sector up 0.7, financial sector's down 0.16, industrials down 0.08. XLK, which is technology, down 0.64. That's the most important sector because it carries the largest weighting in the overall indices. And then you have consumer staples strong. So it's a little bit of a sign of defensive money flow. Things like Walmart, Costco are probably seeing upside in the staples ETF. XLRE real estate is down 0.93. It is your worst performing sector today. And then utilities is the second worst performing sector, down 0.94%. And then you have healthcare down 0.21% and the XLY. So consumer discretionary is up because of Tesla and Amazon. Amazon actually went, nope, it's still down about 0.64% on the overall session. So let's see if we can get some more follow through to the downside off of these trades. So you did not get a close of the lower low. So that's a positive for Tesla. I repeat, that's a positive for Tesla. But you are fighting this neckline. There's this upsloping white trend line that I have on my larger term charts, and it's a battle zone right now for Tesla. It's a head and shoulders breakdown zone. You're doing a tap retest. We'll see if it starts to break down. Apple's looking a little bit weak, putting in bearish consolidation on the 10-minute chart. Microsoft's, although, looking a little bit stronger. Tesla's trying to move up some more, still fighting that white neckline. And again, you're putting in a little bit of a distribution doji here. But this white trend line is a battle zone. It is a battle zone. Potential head and shoulders forming on the SPY 1-minute chart. We'll see. We'll watch it closely. I'm going to move my stop a little bit more up on Tesla to this high of day. And I want a 2-minute close above. All right, we're seeing the markets push up. IWM is trying to go green. SPY is trying to go green. Tesla's big push up on Tesla. Big push up on Tesla. It's surging higher here. Here we go. Will it take out this high, or will it form yet again another lower high? So here is your high, lower high, but you never formed that lower low. So you took out that high, and now you're forming potentially another lower high. SPY is pushing. SPY is pushing. S&P is pushing. NVIDIA, we stopped out of NVIDIA for a small gain at that 487.16 level, but I am looking to re-short here if we get a tap of that pre-market high at that yellow dotted trend line, 487.95. There it is. So 488, I just got short again, 488 on NVIDIA. That'll be a starter position. So 488 short on NVIDIA, starter position. And we will add to NVIDIA short basically at this level here. So look at that pullback. We used that dotted line was your pre-market high. I'm going to add every 50 cents to NVIDIA. Every 50 cents I'll add to NVIDIA. So 488.50. And we have 4 add entries. 489. We're still holding our Tesla. So remember how we moved our Tesla up a little bit? We'll see if the markets start to roll over. Big rejection coming in on SPY. So we have a 488 short on NVIDIA again. 488 short. Tesla, we're still holding our short. That is a full position. Look at what I'm seeing on the S&P here. Potential little head and shoulders pattern that may break. The only thing I don't like is this wick. So you have very similar to what NVIDIA saw. So take a look at that. You break this neckline and you could see a move down in the overall indices. Let's see what we get here. All right, so we could see a move on the SPY down to 439.25. Still seeing lots of resistance up ahead for many stocks here. Many stocks are seeing some resistance. Still have the majority of the sectors red, but consumer discretionary staples, energy are green. And again, another potential lower high in place on Tesla. We'll just watch it closely, and we'll add to NVIDIA at every 50 cents. Every 50 cents we'll add to NVIDIA. Can we get some downside? Yields are still green. The 2-year slightly red. VIX is up 4.37%. The SPY ETF is down 0.19%, 83 cents. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. So AMD is seeing some weakness. Hopefully that correlates to NVIDIA as well and weighs in on the semis. AMD is seeing some weakness. Big test point here on the S&P. You have a down-sloping trend line that basically is meeting price action around the 439.86 level, and it's starting to falter a little bit. The SPY ETF is really seeing some potential weakness here off of this level. But Tesla's still looking strong. SPY's breaking down a little bit. Tesla's remaining strong. NVIDIA, we're still in the money on NVIDIA. We're still short Tesla, but Tesla's actually looking a little more promising on the long side again. It potentially has an inverted head and shoulders that I'm watching on the 1 minute. And we could play that on the long side if it is to break out. So keep a close, tight stop loss now on Tesla because there is an inverted head and shoulders. And I'm probably going to flip my shorts to a long momentarily because you have a move here that could play out to 223 on the Tesla chart. All right. So now that Tesla's breaking, we got stopped out here at 222.15 for a small loss. We play the retest on Tesla. So retest of this 222 area, we can go long. But a big move to the high side on Tesla. Super impressive. I'm just going to draw some other resistance points. We're still short in NVIDIA. So you got a higher high. Wait for a retest on Tesla for a potential long trade. Tesla's still pushing higher here. Never ever got that retrace. NVIDIA's also potentially, I'm putting a break-even stop loss on NVIDIA. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on NVIDIA. I'm seeing a potential inverted head and shoulders forming as well. And since Tesla broke its, there's a chance that NVIDIA breaks it. You can see the inverted head and shoulder just by here. You know, that would be a pretty big move to the high side if that is to happen. All right, so I just got stopped on NVIDIA for, oh no, Still in. Didn't register it yet. The wicks are happening too fast. But we do have a hard break-even stop at 488. Bitcoin's seeing a little bit of a spike in activity. We've already closed 2 NVIDIA winners, 1 Tesla winner, 1 Tesla loser, so 3 of 4 today. This one's looking like it's going to be a break even. What's interesting is I have a hard stop in place, but my brokerage is not closing my 488. Oh, there we go. We just got stopped at 488. All right, I'm going to go. Oof, it's tempting to go long NVIDIA here. It's very, very tempting. I still would like a retrace on NVIDIA and Tesla, but they both have triggered inverted head and shoulders. But you're at a big, big resistance point on the SPY. You've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 green candles in a row. Ooh, look at that spike on NVIDIA. I'm going to pull off a short if we test that area. Look at that spike. That was crazy. Let's see the upside target on NVIDIA here. Takes you to a new high of day. If we get there, so high of day is around 490 if we get that spike. Apple's still lagging. Never officially got that retrace. If we get a retrace on both names, we can play it on the long side. So keep watch of NVIDIA and Tesla closely. Those are the 2 we're watching now on the long side. Tesla's seeing a little bit of consolidation above the high. That's a good sign. We'll see if we can get some follow through. NVIDIA's still trying to push back up here. You're seeing more green on the screen starting to appear. Microsoft has almost hit its high of day. SMH is still lagging this market, but NVIDIA and Tesla are strong. Microsoft's trying to go green. Apple's still weighing in on the market, down 7/8%. All right, I'm looking at a potential short here on Tesla now. Let's just see if this dollar can start picking things up. All right, Tesla's moving. We've had 9 green candles on the 10-minute chart of the SPY ETF. All right, Tesla's surging higher now. Tesla is surging. No positions yet. If Tesla pops into this 224, we short it. If it drops into this neckline retrace, we can go long. NVIDIA, we can potentially look at some longs at 487.95, 487.95, pierce to 488 with a very tight stop loss. All right, we're seeing the dollar testing a critical support trend line on the hourly chart, which it's trying to pierce and break now, which is why markets are seeing more strength to the upside. Okay. All right, get ready to potentially pick up a long here on NVDA. We're very close to picking up a long trade. We're going to do a 1/4 position. Take what you're willing to put into the trade and divide it by 4 entries. Tesla's still continuing to surge. It's getting a little bit extended and long in the tooth. Not a short yet, but it's getting very, very close in my opinion. You're above this previous pivot high here, which puts you at around 223, give or take. All right, Microsoft just hit its upside target. Microsoft did just hit its upside target. I'm going to take a short here on Tesla, 223.13. 223.13 starter. I will add to the position at 223.53. And then basically this pivot high at 224.14, give or take. And then a stop loss will be basically a close back above this previous pivot high. And this is a daily chart pivot high, so it should be pretty decent resistance considering how high we've gone. NVIDIA never got that retrace. Still looking at a short trade. I'm going to take a short here on NVIDIA at 488.40. 488.40, it's a starter position. 488.40. Stop loss is going to be this wick high, and I will add 489, a pierce of 489, I'll add to the position. Here we go. So we're short on Tesla here, in the money slightly. In the money slightly on NVIDIA. Microsoft did tap its high target of the day, which is why we're looking at more downside. Big drop on the SPY ETF. Big drop on the SPY. Technical resistance has been tagged and hit again, and you're seeing some short-term rejection on the SPY ETF. I'm looking at some downside moves starting to potentially present itself. Tesla's just strong, trying to move back up. Let's remember, we're still in a bear gap zone from the gap down. So Tesla's trying to move higher again. It's only a starter position on both. Again, a pierce of 489 will add to NVIDIA. And then a pierce of 223.59 will add to Tesla. Big push up in the S&P 500. Big push. SPY is testing the high of day, the pre-market high at 440.22. It's in the bear gap window. Tesla moving up a little bit more now. Microsoft still lagging a little bit here. So it's interesting to see the strength just coming from really Amazon and Tesla and NVDA and Google. At least this little run up. 10-minute green candles in a row on the S&P 500. It's pretty miraculous if you actually look at it. So I'll pull up the SPY chart here. Take a look at this. Look at those, just 10-minute green candles. It looks like it wants to gap, but this is still all inside bearish price action that is potentially occurring. And that 440.22 is a big level. And I started seeing some bearish divergences really since you started trying to create this head and shoulders breakdown. If you're using your neckline, you can see you closed above and then had that big rejection, big buy-up candle, now another secondary rejection. So big level. NVIDIA is starting to falter a little bit. Tesla still, we're basically break even. Nice drop coming in NVIDIA. It's closing back below this neckline, which is leading me to suspect that this is a failed inverted head and shoulders. Microsoft seeing some big downside now. Starting to roll over, losing some key short-term moving averages. So it actually completed its measured move to a penny. Basically, its measured move was this wick high. Now we just need really Tesla to start faltering with the overall S&P, and then we'll start to see some real big downside moves in this market. So a nice move coming in NVIDIA. I'm going to do a break-even stop now. So for basically 488. Or sorry, I'll put my stop at this 488.50. So risking 50 cents. Let's look at the IXIC. So this is the NASDAQ composite that I'm looking at. And what's interesting is we've actually never really closed or had a confirmed candle above this this gap window. So you had your wick, break, a little bit of a higher price action wick, never confirmed above that wick, pierced it, and now you're looking to close back below it. So watch it closely. Tesla's now coming in a little bit more. Let's look at the QQQ. All indices are still negative, but the SPY is trying to fight that green and go green. Tesla's still acting very strong. I repeat, this inverted head and shoulders on NVIDIA, you got to close below the neckline on the 1-minute chart. Typically that does lead to a failed move, but you can see it's trying to fight that area. Big push coming in the indices. AMD's still weak. It's interesting to see a little bit of a divergence between AMD and NVIDIA now. Like, look at the chart difference on the 1-minute chart compared to NVIDIA and AMD. You know, night and day difference. Tesla coming back down below 223, so 223 is seeing lots of sellers. Notice the SMH here, still inside of its bear gap window. And then you look at the SPY ETF. SPY ETF is closed above that, well above that. And absolutely the SPY ETF is a short at that area. Alright, so I'm going to probably put a probably tighten up some stops on Tesla. NVDA, big power move coming up. Be prepared to add at 489.09. Tesla's falling, so we're slightly out of the money on NVIDIA. We're in the money on Tesla. Pre-market high on the SPY is being tested right now. Pre-market high. Whoa, big wick in this SPY. Big wick. That was a huge wick. So gap window, you can short gap fill at the SPY ETF, which is 440.65. 440.65. Let's just pull that up because we're getting some crazy wicks on the SPY ETF. I'm still watching Tesla on my other screen. We're still holding NVIDIA short, Tesla short. Almost looks like the SPY ETF wants to go up there, but it has not done so yet. And look where we're trading at too. I have this channel that I've drawn. I got two channels, but this was your uptrend channel, and you pierced above it on the Friday. Got a couple closes above it, and now you had that big bear gap down. Now you're testing the top of that channel again. It's a big resistance point on the overall SPY ETF. Big resistance point. I'm actually just going to mark this high as well. So there's a couple short levels. And then let's just see the daily chart. If we were to get through that, you're into this wide range red bar. Really, there's no other shorts up until you start getting into these pivot zones. Healthcare just turned green, so you have another sector. Communications also just turned green. Semiconductors are still weighing in on this market, but showing some potential signs of life. So I repeat, the SPY is a short at these two levels. IWM is getting a testing that pre-market high, also looking to challenge its gap. The dollar is dumping. The dollar is dumping. The SPY is about to go positive, and so is the IWM. So SPY is about 25 cents away from that gap fill. NVIDIA trying to hold and push higher. Tesla's seeing a little bit of selling. S&P still pushing up here. I'm watching that SPY. We're 21 cents away from gap fill. Get ready to add to NVIDIA and Tesla short. Tesla's actually above our next entry. I'm just waiting for the indices to move a little bit higher. IWM filled its gap. The S&P has not yet, but it leads me to think it will. So get ready to add to Tesla. I'm going to do a call out here. Let's just watch the SPY ETF as it approaches gap fill. Let's see how it reacts. So we're going to add to Tesla and NVIDIA. And I'm interested in taking a potential scalp short here. So notice the SPY is trying to push higher. NVIDIA's still holding here. Tesla's still at 223.50. I'm waiting patiently. We're still holding short of NVIDIA. 1/4 position at 488.40 there. SMH is pushing up. The IWM has gone positive. The Russell has just turned positive. So small caps turned positive. They filled their gap. Pretty big move. SPY big candle coming down. Never officially filled its gap. If the SPY doesn't fill that gap, that's showing maybe a potential trend change to the bearish side in mega cap and large cap stocks, and maybe a potential change for the small cap stocks. So positive for small caps, negative for large and mega caps. So we're still short NVIDIA here. That's 48.40. And we're short Tesla at 223.13, both starter positions. I'm seeing a head and shoulders on Microsoft. Head and shoulders on Microsoft here. This should weigh in on the markets. Hasn't triggered yet, but it's very, very close to. You can play puts and shorts. So I'm shorting Microsoft here, 367.67. 367.67. Ooh, get ready to add to Tesla. I'm shorting Tesla here at 223.90. 223.90. I just added to the short. Brings our average up to 223.56. Microsoft's trying to push up. NVIDIA, I'm going to add to NVIDIA here shortly. Pierce that 489 level, we will add to NVIDIA. And I repeat, I did add to Tesla. So I'll pull up Tesla as well. Microsoft's triggering that head and shoulders. We have a 2/4 position. We have a half position short on Tesla. We have a starter position short on Microsoft. And we still have a starter position short on NVIDIA. With a pierce of 489, we'll add on NVIDIA. Big drop there. NVIDIA fallen a little bit now. SPY has not filled its gap yet, but it's looking very, very close to trying to do so. Big push in Microsoft. Here comes the SPY gap fill. I just added short on NVIDIA here at 489.12. 489.12. 488.70 average. Russell's climbing. SPY still has not filled the gap yet, but the Russell has. NVIDIA is trying to push up a little more, so we have a half a position short on NVIDIA, half a position short on Tesla. Microsoft's pushing higher. We're about 20 cents out of the money. Next ad level on NVIDIA is going to be this 489.68 level or higher. Gap fill approaching. Gap fill on SPY is approaching. Look at that move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 10-minute green candles in a row. All right, there's a gap fill on the 1-minute chart at 368 on Microsoft. I'm going to add to Microsoft short at 368. Look at that. Microsoft tapped that 368 level, and I got filled. Microsoft tapped that 368 level, and I got filled. Tesla, I'm about to do a third entry on Tesla. So Microsoft tapped that gap fill there that I just warned about. So my average now is 367.82. Tesla basically, SPY never filled that gap. It missed it by a penny. But we're seeing the indices trying to see some weakness now. Microsoft's back at 368. Microsoft is back at 368. Nice rollover on NVIDIA coming. You'll have support at pre-market high and this retrace of the neckline. If we get a tap of this 224.27, I will add to Tesla. Let me just make sure, see if this gap was filled. So the gap was not officially filled. It did miss it by about 2 pennies on the SPY ETF. There's Tesla. I just added here at 224.30. 224.30. All right, so it's a 3/4 position. We're sitting at 223.80 on the short side. So we have 3 positions going: NVIDIA short, Tesla short, and Microsoft short. Microsoft, we're slightly out of the money, but it is starting to come back in a little bit. Tesla's coming in, nice drop coming. Markets are falling a little bit here. Tesla, Microsoft still holding up. All right, we're seeing some market weakness creep in a little bit here. The SPY ETF is trying to roll over a little bit, but you still have strength in some of these mega cap names. Look at this Tesla move. It's been nothing short of very, very powerful. NVIDIA's pushing up a little bit more now. Microsoft's also pushing up a little bit more now. Next ad level on NVIDIA is going to be this 489.68 or higher. Microsoft's trending still. The dollar just made a new low, 105.63, which is why the markets are continuing to grind higher. Microsoft's the key player right here. I think that's giving the market some bullish sentiment the way it's been acting, but this is getting very, very choppy in this range, which leads me to think there's a lot of distribution going, a lot of FOMO. NVIDIA is still acting well. SMH is trying to push up. So the SPY never officially went green. Actually, it did go flat, I think, momentarily, just for a brief minute. Or I should say a few seconds. So we're still slightly out of the money on our Microsoft, slightly out of the money on our NVIDIA, and slightly out of the money on our Tesla. Tesla's pushing up a little bit more now. And we have one final entry on Tesla, which is about at 224.60. So Microsoft's potentially breaking down here, triggering a head and shoulders pattern on watch. So NVIDIA's getting that flow. I just added to NVIDIA here at 489.70. 489.70. Brings the average up a little bit to 489.10. Oh, I just added to Tesla at 224.60 short. That's a full position on Tesla. 224.60. Tesla is squeezing. Tesla is squeezing. Markets are squeezing. SPY filled the gap. SPY officially filled the gap. SPY filled the gap. Now the big question is, what do we get from here? So full position short on Tesla. Stop loss on this one. Probably a new high of day. Appears at 225. Let's see what we get. Microsoft saw a big, big wick. You have small caps starting to run a little bit wild here. But you did officially fill the gap on SPY. You have to get a 10-minute close above the doji, which you're looking to do. We have one more entry here on NVIDIA. Which I'll adjust this a little bit to a pierce of 490. There's a potential that we can go all the way to 490.70 on NVIDIA. We'll see. Microsoft's breaking down here, triggering that head and shoulders. So we're slightly in the money on our Microsoft, out of the money on NVIDIA and Tesla. So take a look at Microsoft. It's been wild, wild, wild price action. It's fighting this head and shoulders neckline. Keeps testing that neckline. Still holding both NVIDIA and Tesla and Microsoft. But what a move on Tesla. Look at that move. So now a simple retrace on Tesla would put us basically all the way to 221.95, but the markets are looking strong right now. NVIDIA seeing a little bit of downside. NVIDIA's coming down a little bit here. Seeing a little bit of a bearish engulfing on the 3-minute chart for NVIDIA. This could weigh in on the Qs. Alright, we're starting to see some weakness creep back into the semis. So Tesla's now coming back down. Again, Microsoft's kind of that leading indicator that's, if it breaks this neckline, it's going to be a little bit of a rough shoot. But right now the SPY is trending. What a move on the SPY. What a move. Look at this move on the SPY. It is going absolutely bonkers. Look at that move. Bearish gap. Boom. Just a straight shot higher. That's incredible. Let's look at the daily chart here. It's an incredible move higher. Let me actually pull up the SPX just so it's a little bit cleaner. Powerful surge coming in the indices. You can see we're into this big level again. All right, I just added to NVIDIA up here 490.24. 490.24. That brings up my average to 489.59. Tesla's ripping. SPY is still ripping. This is likely a short covering squeeze that is occurring. Will we get a pullback at all in the markets? Tesla just made a brief new high of day. I'm still holding short. AMD still weak today. What a move in the indices. The Russell new high of day, up 0.38% now. Wow. Tesla's up 4.95%. Look at this move in Tesla. Oof. It's a straight rocket ship. So where should we pull back to? Probably this high here, 222.82 at the minimum. Lots more green appearing on the screen. Here comes a drop in NVDA. Microsoft on watch for still that head and shoulders trigger. One of the reasons I'm still holding these puts or these shorts is because Microsoft's looking like it wants to diverge and break down here. That head and shoulders is still on watch. You can even use this neckline now. Seeing some downside now. We're basically break even on NVIDIA, slightly in the money on Microsoft. Tesla, we're slightly out of the money. All right, Microsoft's breaking, so watch out for downside. Microsoft is breaking. All right, so we're just sitting patient here. We're in the money on Microsoft there. We're in the money on NVIDIA. We just really need to start seeing this market fall a little bit. Tesla, we're out of the money, so we have 3 trades going. Still just being patient. Markets are very, very extended from this gap bounce. But Microsoft's breaking, triggering some bearish patterns. All right, some big flushes coming in here now. So take a look at this now. Now we're talking. Look at this move. Here we go. So look at this. Just like that, we're in the money quite substantially on NVIDIA and Microsoft. In the money on NVIDIA now by about a whole dollar. So I'm just going to leave this running. I'm going to move a stop loss to break even, so the trade is risk-free on NVIDIA. So I'm going to erase all of these. $489.49 stop on NVIDIA. And a $367.71 stop on Microsoft. So in the money on both. In the money on both. And these are full positions. This is a third, 3/4. This is a full. Tesla, let's flip over to Tesla to show you what's transpiring there. Big drop coming in on NVIDIA, which is good to see. So you never want to chase this market when it's in this huge, huge squeeze and rally mode, especially after the upside that we've had last week ahead of CPI. Pretty crazy. So NVIDIA is starting to see a little bit of a bounce. We're still out of the money on Tesla here. But that's okay. We're basically we're doing well. Microsoft, we're in the money. NVIDIA trade is risk-free. Microsoft trade is risk-free. Tesla's falling here. I still think at the minimum Tesla should retrace to this fib level, 222.14, likely 223. That was your previous pivot high. Big drop coming in on NVDA. Tesla, we're now flat. Microsoft, big drop coming in there. Weighing in on the indices. Come on, give us some more downside. We will take it. A little bit of a micro bear flag forming on NVIDIA. So imagine now NVIDIA gives up all of its gains after being up, what was it, 1.5%, give or take, making a new high in day. Divergences everywhere starting to occur. And I still had a downside target on NVIDIA of 483 today, believe it or not. Might be a little bit difficult, but could happen. All right, micro bear flag breaking. You have the EMA 113 coming up at 487.71 as decent support. We're in the money on all three of our trades right now. Two of them are risk-free with stop losses in the money. Tesla, I don't have a stop loss on yet, except for one that's out of the money, sitting here at 224.98. So the Qs never officially went green and they never filled their gap, which means that there may be a little bit more upside, but it's a tricky spot here because we do have some intraday bearish patterns triggered on the likes of Microsoft. I haven't really looked at the micro chart of Apple. Yeah, Apple's also starting to potentially roll over a little bit more here after that initial buy the dip rally. Sorry, that was my cat that just messed up my mouse there. So the SPY is trying to move up. Tesla's trying to come down a little bit more. Big divergence in the semis. NVIDIA up 1, AMD down 1.7, the SMH down 0.4. Things like AVGO down. What is AVGO down? That's another big weighting in the SMH down 1.15. So the NASDAQ composite is about to fill its gap. Let's take a look at that IXIC. So you're starting to see a little bit more breadth come into the market. As we see more breadth come into the market, do you see the mega cap sell off? That's kind of what I think is happening right now with Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA with these big down moves. It's actually shot life into the remainder of the large cap, mega cap stocks. So will the NASDAQ composite fill its gap here to the high side? Time will tell. Even if we look at the QQQ, the Q's never officially filled its gap to the high side here. So very interesting. And I apologize if I get some things typed on my computer. My cat is just lurking around, my kitten. She's very curious. So bear flags still forming on NVIDIA. Microsoft still underneath the neckline. Head and Shoulders has triggered intraday, which takes you down on Microsoft to 366.76, basically the pre-market low. Tesla's trying to move up again. AMD just had a big dump. So NVIDIA is starting to falter now. Let's go NVIDIA. Hopefully we lose this pre-market high here at this 487.95. That would be ideal for the short. We still look at Tesla. Is it just quiet or is it super quiet? NVIDIA, bear flag trying to form here. Let's see. And we've been consolidating above the 113, so don't take that as big support yet. Tesla's starting to curl to the downside. Potential lower high on the SPY. We need a lower low. We have not officially got that lower low yet. Maybe a potential head and shoulders on Tesla. I don't really like this left shoulder, but it's viable. SPY's pushing up again. Big push on NVIDIA. Big push on NVIDIA here. Let's see if Tesla breaks this head and shoulders, just like Microsoft has. Microsoft, bear flag on Apple 1 minute, closing outside of a channel. Nice flush. Ooh, look at this. Boom. Nice down move on NVIDIA. We're still rolling here. We're still rolling. Potential head and shoulders on Tesla. We're in the money on all of our 3 shorts right now. All right, I'm going to move my NVIDIA stop to 489.19. Actually, I'm going to move it to this wick low here. So 488.92 in the money stop. We are securing profits on our short NVIDIA. No matter what happens here, we're locking in 64 cents per share. All right, let's see what else we can get going. Tesla, head and shoulders, triggering. We still have Microsoft on watch. I'm looking for a lower low on the SPY ETF. We have not got that yet. But Microsoft's still triggering some bearish price action along with Tesla in the very immediate short term. Again, our stop loss on Microsoft is sitting here at 367.71. And our entry is here. All right, so now Tesla, we are in the money. We're in the money nicely. If Tesla keeps falling, I will lower it. So I'm putting my stop loss now at 224.11. This is a full position. Look at this. Look at this. A lower high potential, a lower low potentially coming in the SPY ETF. NVIDIA is now losing its pre-market high. Here we go. I'm going to cover half of my Tesla short at this level of 223. A pierce of 223, I cover half of my Tesla short. Big bounce coming now. We did get a 1 minute lower high on, a lower low on the SPY ETF. So the likelihood is to expect a little bit more downside. So we did get a 1 minute lower low on the SPY ETF. NVIDIA is testing that pre-market high yet again. Neckline retrace on Microsoft. So our stop on Microsoft is sitting here, basically this high of this red brick bar. Still short NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Tesla. And we're in the money on all three, with protection in place on Microsoft and NVIDIA and Tesla. All trades are risk-free, but now it's just a matter of taking profits and leaving runners to try to maximize the move. Seeing a little bit of curling action in the SMH, which should be good for NVIDIA short. Hopefully we can get some more downside. A little bit of a bounce coming up in Tesla. The dollar's trying to bounce, has not had a successful bounce yet, but it's trying. So notice that EMA 113 area that I discussed on NVIDIA, how it consolidated above that range. So I'll pull up the chart here. So NVIDIA consolidated, bearish consolidation above this orange 113, had a big red bar down, bouncing it. You should lose this area. You should lose this area. Your first bigger support is going to be right around this area here, this 487 area, low 487. That's your bigger area of support initially for NVIDIA for a small bounce. And this yellow dotted line is the pre-market high that we're holding right now. Bitcoin's seeing some downside as we speak. The SPY is still positive, so it went, and the Russell's positive, but the Qs are negative. Right here for the trades. Selected for downside. Apple's pushing up a little bit, so that's going to help the indices. Markets are trying to push up. Again, we did get that lower low on the SPY ETF, so we have one lower high and one lower low on the 1 minute chart. So therefore downside should resume until we get that higher high. So a higher high would be a close above 441.16 on SPY, and then the lower low would be a close below 440.88, which we're about to do. Tesla big dump. All right, here we go. Here we go. Moving my stop on Tesla down to 223.91. I'm looking for a cover. Once we pierce half of my position, I'm willing to take profits on half of the position when we hit or pierce this level. So get ready, half the position I'm looking to cover. Another lower low so far on SPY. NVIDIA's breaking down, Microsoft's coming down again. So another potential bear flag right along that EMA 113, looking to break down and test this low 487 level. New low on AMD, testing the lows. All right, we did get a lower low on the SPY. So the lower low that we closed at, the low was 440.77. So that's your next low that you need to take out for the downtrend to continue to resume. And if you take, all right, I just closed half my Tesla position here at 222.92. So a beautiful, beautiful little short, $1.32 times 100 shares for me. All right, I still have half the position open, and now I'm lowering my stop. So we closed half of it there at 222.92. Okay, and my rest of my stop loss I'm going to be putting basically right here. I'll mark it with this dotted red line. So the rest of the stop loss trade will be there, and I am looking for a move down to about 221.50 on Tesla. 221.50. I just got an alert. I got stopped out of my Microsoft for a small gain of about 11 cents. Microsoft next short level will be at gap fill 367.97, but I did get stopped out of Microsoft for a small gain. It hit our stop there while I was messing around with Tesla. So once it loads my screen, we got stopped out here 367.71. I will short Microsoft again if it comes up to fill this 1 minute gap. You even have a little bit of micro gap fill up here. So right now we just have Tesla and we have NVDA. And based off of AMD's price action making new lows, I'm expecting this bear flag on NVIDIA to break down. But we're deep in the money on NVIDIA with a tight stop loss. I have not taken profits yet. That's a 3/4 position. We took half the position profits on Tesla with an in the money stop. So both trades are risk free right now. So beautiful, beautiful job. Congrats on the Tesla NVIDIA wins today.
I think we've made
5-day trades.
like at one point today. I'm saying.
Yeah, great. This is a counter trade. I missed it. I'm just looking at it now. I can't short here.
Deep in the money. All right, let's see if we can get some more market downside as we speak. So the QQQ, the NASDAQ Composite, the IXIC actually filled its gap. Okay, so now the bear gaps have been filled, and now you're starting to lose a lot of the price action that was once established early on. Apple's testing the pre-market lows. So if Apple loses pre-market lows at 184.64, that's a super, super bearish sign. NVIDIA is losing pre-market highs, as you can see at that 487.95 level. So we're still riding it down. Look at this move. Look at this potential move here. You know, we're on the money already about $2.12 per a share, and it's still positive, whereas the Qs are negative. So I'd love to see NVIDIA start to roll. Look at that dump on the SPY. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, take a look at this. Take a look at this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, look at that candle down on the SPY. Oh, big candle down. All right, big candle down. That is beautiful. NVIDIA is hitting some short-term support here. I reminded you, I took a little bit of profits, half the position off here at that 487 level. That 487 level, it was actually pierced. So I took half of it off there. I'm still leaving half running. And I'm going to move, so we took it at 487.07 profits. And I'm going to move my stop loss now on the rest of the half up to 488.29. So we took a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful $2.54 on NVIDIA, plus we have runners going. That was excellent. And we still have runners on Tesla. That was a nice drop. Another lower low in place on the SPY ETF. Another lower low. If NVIDIA tests that pre-market low, I mean, that's beautiful.
Wow, look at that candle. Holy shit.
That was epic, those trades. NVIDIA is still faltering here. So we still have a 100 shares short with an in-the-money stop at 488.29. I still have another 200 shares short on Tesla with an in-the-money stop at 223.63. Look at it. Microsoft breaking down. It's going downtown. Pretty big moves. Pretty decent moves.
Our Apple downside prediction hit.
All right, well, on that note, since we've taken profits and we have in-the-money stop-loss protections, the trades are risk-free, I am going to congratulate any of those that caught that. Just a quick note here, Tesla did just stop us out on the remaining half. If we were to retrace all the way back up to this same short level, that's where we shorted again at 224.23. But excellent job taking winners on Tesla, NVIDIA a couple times, Microsoft, and I do think we got stopped out of one short trade on Tesla, which went against us. But overall, it was a 5 of 6 today on the live stream. So congratulations if you were able to profit with us. Please visit our channel at tradingcapital.ca where you can find out some of my swing trade alert entries and other informative pieces of information that I provide for my members. If you're interested in signing up for my Discord, there's a whole host of information that I continue to provide to my members where we are able to beat the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ by day trading and swing trading through these crazy chaotic times. This video is evidence as to how I initially trade, inch into some positions, just accumulate at key technical resistance, and then wait for the price action to unfold in our favor. It's not a perfect science, but we're pretty accurate being 5 of 6 with full positions on the big winning trades that we did hit today. So congrats to anybody, and my website is tradingcapital.ca. I'll leave the stream going a little bit, but at this point in time, I'm pretty much just going to make myself some breakfast, have a little bit of coffee, and definitely be sure to check out tradingcapital.ca or my Twitter handle is trading1capital, where I also post a little bit of insights into how I trade, what I'm trading the market of. But the markets were red, then they went green. Tech never really ever went green, so we have to suspect that there could be some downside looming in this market today, specifically if the semiconductors remain weak all day, which they kind of have despite the market grinding higher. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. I will leave this stream running, and we'll try to profit some more in the afternoon session.
If we can take out the swing low, then
Are you? Maybe after the lamb. Because they're two big flavors, eh? Come. I'll come down. No. Close. Close, come. So we have a big head and shoulders on the SPY ETF right now. If it triggers this, we could see some pretty ferocious downside today, or a continuation move of the downside that we saw early this morning. So you have your left shoulder, you have your head. Watch it closely, my friends. Watch it closely. And if you actually lose this pre-market high, oof, it's a big, big short. All right, I'm going to short the SPY here at 440.54. 440.54. Or short the SPY. And it's just a starter position. I'll add to it at 440.75. Still inside of a bear flag here on the SPY. I may add to it again here at this 440.75. Or a tap of the 50 1-minute moving average. But this is shaping up to be a potential big head and shoulders. Ooh, big pop in NVDA. I just added to the SPY short here at the 50, 440.80. Brings the average into 440.68. Decent sized pop in the markets. All right, so you got a bullish close here above this key trend line. Whoa, look at this. Look at this. We're about to get stopped out of NVIDIA for in the money. I still like shorts on this market though. This is still a potential lower high in place on the indices. SPY's green, Russell's green, Q's are red. Microsoft's trying to retest the neckline. All right, Tesla short as well. Tesla short at 224.50. 224.50. We're back in it. Tesla short. Starter position. $224.50. Tesla short and a SPY short. We're still holding NVIDIA runners. So Tesla did get a close above the neckline if you draw it from the wick, but it's iffy. Could go either way still. Dollar's falling a little bit more now, which is giving some reprieve to the markets. Bitcoin went negative despite the dollar negative. Where I would add to the Tesla short again is at the double top. NVIDIA is fighting that pre-market high. It's a big level. SPY just saw a dump. Retracing. Take a look at the SPY. So we're obviously still shorting the SPY. The head and shoulders is still technically intact. Could be coming down here. Could be a nice right shoulder. And if the dollar catches a bounce at all, that's when we should see this market weaken. And it's very close to actually getting a bounce. It's approaching a fib level, an hourly trend line, which is why we may see the markets continue to fall. So be very careful with chasing longs here. Especially with the Q still negative. They never officially went green. And if the Russell and the SPY roll over to the red side again, that's where it gets in to some pretty deep water in my opinion. Oil is reclaiming the daily 200 MA again. So it's trying to fight its uptrend. That's also another headwind for the markets. Tesla's trying to push up a little bit more now.
I'm kidding, bro. That's a big whale.
This zone's a no trade zone for me, and unless I was already short, then I would.
Oh yeah, 55.50, right? Yeah. I mean, 15, yeah, 15. I know what you're saying. It sounds like 15.500 is now becoming good support after resistance pullbacks. We hold it very well over and over.
So SPY still holding above this little bit of a breakout trend line, but you also have this larger head and shoulders that could be playing out here. And this would be a beautiful one. Big downside move if it occurs. And it's certainly probable at these areas. Tesla, we're in the money. NVDA, we're still leaving runners with an in the money stop.
Bit of a lower high there. We don't make a higher high. Someone DM me asking if I think.
All right, SPY looking to break down here.
I don't think so because of the price that it's happening at. Usually that would be at even.
SPY breaking down.
Depending on the strike.
Also a potential head and shoulders on Tesla forming again. Big drop on Apple, big drop on Microsoft. Still leaving runner. Look at this beautiful trade on SPY. Wonderful. If you were able to take that with me, here we go. The dump is hitting. We're short SPY. We're still holding NVIDIA runners. We also as well. This is more of a, again, very similar to the SPY chart. Left shoulder here. Left shoulder, your big head, your big right shoulder forming. Will we get the same pattern playing out on Tesla as we do? So Tesla, we shorted at the retrace of the mini head and shoulders here. So this was your mini one. Retrace to the neckline. Now you're falling. SPY getting a big bounce up, but still looking vulnerable. All right, so for Tesla now, I am moving my stop to about 10 cents in the money, so 224.40. SPY. SPY stop loss is 441.03. And then NVIDIA, we still have that same stop that never triggered. But it'll be interesting to see if the Tesla chart falters here. That would be beautiful. And again, if this pattern triggers on Tesla, if this larger head and shoulders triggers, it hasn't triggered yet. But if it does, then we're looking at a move to the 382 fib retrace, 220. That would be over basically about $4.50 per share. Here we go. Let's see if we can get some more downside. The dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. NVIDIA stopped us out at 448.29. 448.29 stop loss hit on NVIDIA for the second half position. Yet again, another gain. But the SPY ETF is looking a little bit vulnerable here. We just need to get a break of this neckline for us to see a big move down. So NVDA stopped us out. There might be a potential short trade on NVIDIA again, but considering we made a little bit of a higher low here, so obviously here's your high, here's your higher high, here's your low, here's your higher low. You have to be careful about NVIDIA. It tends to diverge or want to diverge from the market. But we'll see. Semis are weak today, whereas NVIDIA is strong, so we got stopped out here for the second half at 448, 488.29. So a nice little win. I will take that. Look at that V-shaped recovery on NVIDIA. Very impressive how the stock moves. It's crazy the support, institutional support that it gets. I still see downside in this market though. Today, at least. It's going to take participation from everything. But again, Tesla and NVIDIA have been the strong mega cap stocks today, so you really want to pay close attention to them. And if Tesla triggers that little head and shoulder taking you down to 220.50-ish, that would be pretty bearish. Let's see what's going on here. Let's move that. So here's what I'm thinking on NVIDIA. I really do want to short NVIDIA again because of how elevated it is and because semiconductors are weak today as an actual sector. If NVIDIA loses this pre-market high here at 447.95, if we get a 1 minute close below, I'll short it. And then the stop loss is a 1 minute close above. But a potential little inverted head and shoulders. So this yellow dotted line is key. That's your pre-market high. We lose that area, I'm shorting NVIDIA. Again. And look at Tesla. Tesla is going. So right now we have a short on Tesla and we have a short on the SPY. So Tesla kind of has almost two head and shoulders. You have your big one, and then you just almost triggered this little mini one where you have a left shoulder, head, right shoulder. But we want to break this big one. All right, I'm going to move my stop loss on Tesla to about 223.98 here. Sorry, 223.92. So our entry on the short was all the way up here at 224.50. We're now protecting it in the money at 223.92. SPY is trying to break. We're in the money on the SPY ETF. So you did make another lower high on the SPY, which is a good sign. We just need to make another lower low to define this downtrend. Tesla's breaking more now. So NVIDIA is starting to diverge. So what's happening with NVIDIA right now is most likely this inverted head and shoulders pattern is trying to play out. But with the market looking vulnerable to downside, it might be a little bit difficult for NVIDIA to do so. Also, head and shoulders forming on Apple. So Tesla's continuing to fall. SPY is still positive, so is Russell. Just barely though. Just barely. A little bit of a negative divergence has formed on the overall indices. Again, I like shorts on NVIDIA here, closing below this 487.95. Take a look at this pattern on Tesla, 5-minute chart. What does this look like? That looks like a nice head and shoulders. That looks like a really nice one. SPY is acting okay though. NVIDIA is still up over 1%. AMD is down 1.84. Huge divergence. You wonder if NVIDIA is going to start selling off at any point, or is it just going to maintain its bullish structure? Here comes Tesla, triggering that neckline. Let's see if we can get a close below. Love to see it. So Tesla's falling sharper now. Testing that neckline break. I don't think it's going to be that easy, but we got a nice buffer from our entry all the way. So I'm just going to move this down a little bit, my stop to 223.82. 223.82 on Tesla. SPY's trying to move up here. All right, here comes the move. Watch this pre-market high on NVIDIA. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. Lunch is ready. I'm going to trim profits here if we hit this target on Tesla. A couple targets. Target 1, 221.23. Target 2, 220. Close. What you want to play? You want to play? You're bad at it. What you do? You eat food? Bad boy. You know who you bad boy? You eat food? What did you do? What did you do? You eat food? You know eat food. So easy. You have to read. You gonna eat food? Or gonna eat food now? Yeah, so I'll give you that responsibility. No, so, no, it's not that fast. It's about, you were sharing it on multiple pages, right? And, see, because it's once you break it, it's gonna.
down so that I can go to this. Because when I have to come out this, it's hurting the shoulder. That's why I'm looking so hard on my shoulders. No, we're getting this far. No, this is good. This is good. This is good. There we go. Oh, you go that one in. Is it hot? Hey? Oh my God, oh my God. Sorry. Yeah, ready to put some sauce in the rice, So heat it up.
All of us.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. No. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, because they don't realize like the size of the jar that it's in determines how much of that sauce you've got. Because it has to go around the table to 6 people. And it's the same, but everybody has that other thing. Last person choose, not many. Yeah, I know. So. Matt, will you miss it after you have the cookies? So.
The only one I can say.
Oh, of course.
Is it snowing there? I'm like, yeah, we got so much. Can't do snow around it. It's about 10, 15 centimeters of cool shit. Yeah, we do that. It's snowing there.
Anything gets in, so.
No, I told them.
Oh.
But it is, one of the sessions we see. Oh, yeah. Good. So, I'll get this for you.
You do it, Miranda, it's down there.
Maybe how they take their lunch. Have to pretend like you're just napping with you, chilling, and then.
That's what I'm wondering.
Right, you can't.
Not that we can hurt him, because they're gonna come around the corner.
Oh,
And bring that.
yeah. And I remember all of this country. And the level of responsibility.
Oh. So you're running permission for it now. Good. I will do it.
But I have to get the base started. So they're talking, yeah, and then they go, no, we're talking about, we're talking about. And she leaves, yeah, goes to Luke, over to Luke, They were just a week or two. And then when it comes to air, they go, wait a second, I don't like this no more. And then it gets big and breaking out. And get people like this. And Colleen does that next week. That's what they do. So she says, oh, hold on. So we bring down and stuff. She said, oh, what do we do? And the start check for an hour and a half. I don't know, it's like, holy cow. To be honest, with the streetness, I can't financially secure and stable. I would not have tolerated this a long time ago, but I know how much it is some days. And him, equally as much. Because he needs you, he needs that, and he needs me. And he needs the dogs. If we all got him, we'd be dead. Because if he's drinking and sucking face off and having a deal with his cookies every night. So I came to him, and I thought, oh,
I didn't have any.
too bad.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't very big thing. And so I put my hand in a, in the wall. There was a big guy, so I was like, oh, is this what everybody's gonna have to do? It's- it's good. And I thought, I want to see that they cleared out tonight, then he was doing that, then I'll have to do that.
Just for the.
And then when it was talking, I was there, it's sort of off.
I'm getting that. More. Oh. So. We roll out there? No, it's not too bad. It's cold though.
Rice there, some gravy, fish in there. Chicken you wanna add in there? Food sugar ranch.
weird. She gives me Lucy days because she's warm. She's warm. She's so warm. And I'm feeling a little cold.
I'm connected to her, and I'm connected to another. I think I'm connected to her universe. Oh, and it's just, holy cow. Well, my good girl is here. So my heart's like the same. Like, the universe and mine. Is that the oldest race there?
What's that?
Is that the oldest chicken race?
I have no idea.
And it's so wild. I
That's still my first. I have to just take a protein. I don't know. Order to the house.
I know, just trying to stop there, I'm just trying to get that, I keep the oxygen.
He's clean. Yes.
Thank you.
No. Easy. Yeah, it's even flash. So the. All right. Copy it. Oh, you didn't want to get into the sauce. That's beautiful. Yeah, they did well. I should have tried that. Just have a whole. No, Gigi, out of there. No one in there. No, look, she's fighting with the dishwasher. So you want to copy it? What's that? Yeah, there's a little hole for it. No, Gigi, out of there. No. I'm so curious. I bet you would have hated it to climb in there and started. You would not have to do it. water and making this water, you get. It's like water. Yeah, I can work it. That's it. I'll do it. Yeah, it's find stuff to buy on Amazon. Oh, that? No. I think they have a couple of these. One more.
That's right.
One more short. Well, we'll pull all that around.
Oh, yeah. Not the nicest. Yeah, I'm there to meet you. I'm there to meet you. See, that's why it's like walking. It's hard on me.
You just leave that rice. Or the rest of the sauce.
Yeah.
What's that? Bacon in there.
thought the time around in the element. I know, we just need some time away from my girls, which is like, you know, I'm just gonna go hide there. What's your language for? Oh my god. It's like, nowadays, I just like have a bit worse than I go.
And then.
I was just thinking of where the property there was tomorrow. What do we need to do?
Why, that's why.
He's out there.
Yeah.
Yes, I know, I'm very sure to look at that.
Well, we're gonna have to get.
Yes, but what do we
I look
need?
at everything we need for dinner.
We've got chicken, right? And we're using the federal rice, which we asked, we don't need much. And correct, it's rolling much rice.
Yeah, I think so.
We've had a big.
Well,
Yeah, we can do that, and then we can put the chicken inside the sauce. So, chicken, so we're gonna need it right now. On the side is Sunday, so any roast fresh produce and stuff is not gonna be available. It's not my most favorite time. That would be mine. So then it's just Linda, much like me, then in my journey. Linda got trained and stuff with her yoga and just become certified.
Yeah.
Wanted to do the yoga, etc. And her mother felt really ill. And her mother ended up not being able to stay on her own. And so things that was not so that provided her very much life for them because she was caring for a lot of people these years. And a lot of just 2 years.
Yeah.
much is it? For me, it wasn't just holding, too. Like, you know how it is, that's strange. People like energy to make other people feel uplifted and even inspired to carry sugar and fucking good. It's a lot. So that's come from somewhere. So you're like, that's very good.
A little less than that.
Yeah.
The more of it.
Yeah. I know. It's like the hardest part of it. And then the rest is just like, I.
I'm still running a live stream,
Oh,
but yeah, you guys can follow her.
Accounts you can use if you are in a lower bracket and you want to withdraw money to use it. I mean, if you're looking to trade an account that you're withdrawing like income from, yeah, these zero DTEs in an account that you're limited on how much money you put in, and that has amazing tax benefits. So, take $10,000 out of your IRA with, there are small use cases where you can take money out, but if you are looking to use this money, you cannot. Yeah, I personally use an individual account for the account that I'm like day trading out of.
All right, so we still have a Tesla short here at 224.50 that we are in. Stop losses at 223.82. We never got wicked out. This head and shoulders is still technically valid. NVIDIA has also lost that pre-market high, so I'm actually going to pull a short here on NVIDIA. Call it 487.67. 487.67. So we got some more coffee. Starter 7.67. So this is a starter. This is a 1/4 position on NVIDIA, and we're holding our Tesla. I'm actually going to move the Tesla stop down a little bit more just to give us some more, about $1 per share. So 223.50. 223.50. All right, and the next ad level on NVIDIA, since it failed this head and shoulders pattern and it lost that pre-market high, which we're tapping right now, I'm going to add to NVIDIA basically if we get a touch of this 488.50 level. So that'll be the next ad level on NVIDIA. It's a 1/4 position right now. But basically if we get a retap of this 488.50, I will add short on NVIDIA. So right now things are progressing well. We're just patiently waiting. The markets are looking actually a little bit vulnerable with the S&P. Let me pull up the S&P for us quickly. Microsoft's getting a big bounce. Apple's bouncing, lifting the markets up here. So the S&P is retracing to that neckline, which you can see it's right at right now. So it's teetering on that neckline. You do have that down sloping neckline as well. That is technically still in effect. You're above the pre-market high here, but you're making some lower highs. So here's your high, lower high, lower high. You need to take this out for the market to be bullish. As long as you stay under this one, markets are likely to trend a little bit lower. We still have an S&P short that I'm holding at this 440.68 level. I have not closed that one. So we're just waiting patiently right now. Holding Tesla short. I'm going to move this Tesla stop down to 223.27. So we are locking in at least, what is this, a buck something? A buck 23 per share. You know, you even have, if you were to redraw this down sloping trend line here, you could use now this pivot to this pivot as a big level. Kind of two resistance points, so to speak. But you can clearly see we're hitting that first one. Maybe the market needs to get through it and test the second resistance. Time will tell. Even if you look on the 10-minute chart of the SPY, let's pull this up, shall we? You can see that we made a brief new nominal high after rallying after Friday. And we come back in and we're in this channel. We're at the high end of this channel. So the risk to reward certainly favors the downside at this point in time. Notice how we came down this morning, tested the center point of this parallel channel, and then we bumped up again, made a new high. Now we're right back at that resistance point. Big level for the markets. Let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla's trying to curl up a little bit. It's going auto. So now we've tapped that top trend line. I'm going to remove that one. And you can see the SPY is trying to get through here. Still holding my shorts. This is a good short entry if you have not tried taking a stab at shorting this market. The SPY is flat, down 0.01%. IWM green, QQQ green. Sorry, red. Big push. This is your first higher high that you're making since we started selling off from that little peak. We'll see if it starts to hold. You need a 1 minute close above there to negate this high. If it fails, you could see the market sell off a little bit harder. I'm watching this market closely. Very So NVIDIA is making a big push. Big push here coming in the markets. So NVIDIA is making a big push. Next ad level on NVIDIA will be this appears to 489, 489.05. That's where I'll look to add to my short. Tesla, we just got stopped out for a small gain of $1.20 per a share. That's terrific. So we're just going to monitor the SPY here. You do have a neckline retrace occurring on Microsoft. That's another one I'm potentially interested in on the short side, but we just want to see what's going on here with the market. So let's look at the SPY ETF. So it's a pretty big chop zone for the overall market. You can see NVIDIA's been chopping in this zone all day. The SPY has made that first little higher high. So there's a potential that we could start to resume higher, but we shall see. So we still have a short on NVIDIA at 488.24. It's a half a position. Covered our Tesla for a lovely gain. That was our 7th trade of the session. 6 winners, 1 loser. Obviously, NVIDIA and SPY are going against us right now. Another push up here in the S&P. And I look to add to my short. Add a touch of this double top here. All right, I just added to my NVIDIA short here at 489.25. 489.25. So it brings my average up to 488.70. 488.70. So the resistance we're hitting on NVIDIA is this little trend line now. SPY, I'm going to add to my short here at this 441 Pierce. Markets are getting a big push. NVIDIA is surging up here. SPY is back to the green side. Russell's back to the green side. And then you have the QQQ still slightly negative. All right, I just added to my short here on NVIDIA at 490. 490. That brings our average up to 489.28. 489.28 short on NVIDIA. Never got filled on that SPY. It never quite kissed that level. We are seeing a little bit of downside. The dollar's rolling over, which is why the indices have caught a nice bid here. Tesla's moving up still. Microsoft's still fighting that neckline. Microsoft could be an interesting short here. MSFT. Take a look at the neckline retrace. So let me let my charts load for a second. SPY's about to tap that 441 Pierce. Get ready to add to our short. All right. One more penny away from adding. right, there's the SPY tap, 441.03. We just added. So that brings our average up to 440.88. Next add will be 441.33. So it's a half a position short on SPY, and it is a 3/4 of a position short on NVIDIA. And we'll just watch this closely now. Possibly another lower high. Let's see what we get. NVIDIA is retesting that trend line. Okay, now if NVIDIA makes this lower high here, the next thing to watch is, do we break this trend line? That's kind of what I'm watching. SPY is starting to roll over here a little bit more now. All right, we're in the money on our SPY short. SPY is starting to roll over, so our short is nicely in the money here. Let's see if we can get some more downside follow through. There's a lot of sellers today, but surprisingly the markets have just been resilient. Every time they sell us to a technical level, they bounce us all the way up very, very quickly, and then they sell us back down. So it's very peculiar price action. There's certainly a big seller unloading into this market. All right, we are going to move our SPY stop now to basically in the money. So 440.85 stop on SPY. I'm expecting a retrace to this downsloping trend line here, which should give us a move or a profit on our trade. Since we're in for a 3/4 of a position or a half a position, and then we'll look to unload half of it basically right at this retrace at this 440.45 area. So I'm expecting, since this neckline was resistance and we closed above it, we should tap that as support. So let's see if we can get some more downside. It's really two trend lines on NVIDIA that I'm watching. These two.
Like some like blackberry pie or something. Oh. You should know they're making it here too. Yeah, like Canadian bacon. You're good. Yeah, it's anyway, this will be a Dogecoin right? Right. I thought you did the last thing I have it. Yeah, you did.
What are we? SPY 440. So we have an in-the-money stop on our SPY short and no stop yet on NVIDIA.
Jordan, so I just saw this. If you're looking for a little downside here, is this off of? Was there a signal on the 5 minute right now? Oh no, I just saw yesterday or Friday.
All right, big drop on the SPY. Get ready to cover some. We're going to move the stop loss down to 440.78. So a little more protection on the trade.
I don't know if the audience knows this, but this Jordan guy, he's a nifty fella. You know, we got on a Zoom yesterday, and he was teaching me a thing or two.
So right now in the market, you have materials up, energy, communications down, energy up, financials down, industrials up, technology down, staples up, real estate down, utilities down, healthcare up, and consumer discretionary up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors red. And obviously with tech, it weighs in on the market. Kind of have a double bottom scenario on the US dollar, which is why we might see some continuation downside move. SPY's still coming down. NVDA, we're in the money, so 2 trades. Start protecting those profits. If anyone's interested in learning about my Discord, my alert service, definitely check out at tradingcapital.ca.
They probably gave you more of like a slurry. So if that's my will say, gravy in the US and gravy in the UK are completely different. Really? It's just completely.
So my Discord service, where I post exclusive insights and trades for members, entries, exits, stop loss.
Not gonna lie, when I walk out of Cracker Barrel and they put those little mini maple syrups in the bag, you know you're back in there. Yeah, I got an unbuttoned belt, baby. So, Crypto, you guys have to get a picture of what the biscuits and gravy look like over there. Alright, it's going to be really quick because the biscuits are going to be what you dunk in coffee, and the gravy is not, it's not white, it's brown. Oh, so you dunk the biscuits in your coffee? Yeah, biscuits is something completely different. We don't have the southern stuff.
All right, so SPY's coming down.
No.
Still holding both our shorts. Short SPY, short NVIDIA. SPY's in the money. NVIDIA's in the money as well. Stop loss protection on SPY. I'm going to move it down a little bit more now to 40.72. I'm going to cover half the position. I think we're going to tap that pre-market high again on SPY. Here comes NVIDIA, selling pretty sharply now.
So I feel a little funky right now because I see we're moving down. But I feel like where we are in relation to like today's action and the fact that it's about to be 2.
All right, I'm putting a stop loss on NVIDIA now at this red bar high. So 488.97. Both trades are risk-free. Let's let these runners go. Potential retrace back to this little bit of a breakout trend line. This is a big pivotal area for the market. Needs to hold it. Microsoft rejected the neckline, so it should see more downside. 366.75 is still my target on Microsoft for today. SPY is hitting support right now. You can see NVIDIA is getting a bounce. Still holding both short. Tesla's moving higher.
What it seems like to me, and I'll just make this quick, is they've shifted everyone who would have focused on spaces to just focusing on hybrid. Yeah. Like that.
So one thing I've noticed is that when they try to sell the market, they like to run Tesla because it's the most traded stock by retail traders. More retail traders own Tesla than anything. So they like to try to use Tesla as a mechanism to suck money into the market so that they can dump from the other big mega caps like Microsoft and Apple, which have been weak all day. And then late into the session, that's when they start dumping Tesla as well, right as that new money has come into the market.
Bring my average up to around 150 or so. Speaking of which, for this SPY, so me and Jordan, I mean, really just like these indicators we're using now. Did get a bearish symbol a little bit back, so I did just go ahead.
So you got that bounce off of support here. Let's see if we slice through that area. I think a retest of pre-market high here at 440.22 is very, very likely. We're still holding both our shorts, SPY, NVIDIA. And we are seeing a little bit of downside right now. Notice how we're right back at the top of this channel. So this blue shaded area is my channel that I've been watching ever so slightly because it's what's kept us in check for quite a few trading sessions, except for this recent move on Friday and today.
I mean, it's lower because we're in that positive gamma, that low volatility EXY that we had some nice credit today, right? Yeah, like it's way more than I was expecting. Sure, Monday I'm usually expecting Monday blues, it's choppy, it's slower. We got a beautiful trend today, so I'm way happier than I normally am. I'm pretty surprised that NVIDIA is up 3% today. The announcement they had this morning, they unveiled their new H200 chips, which is basically the AI chips that everyone has been using. They're upgrading it ahead of the AI. If this came out, yeah.
There's a pretty big candle down on the SPY ETF. The big question is, will we take out this low? We take out this low, we're testing pre-market high. We breach pre-market high, which I think is likely, then we're probably going to test the 439.44 level. For a little bit of an insider, one stock that I am long, even though I think markets are about to sell off some more. This is a swing trade. I do have a position with members, VIR Biotechnology, very small position. It's super, super risky being it's a biotech, but I do like the price action that it's been having since its last earnings. So I'll flip to the daily chart just to go over some of the technical price action. And take a look at this, a nice little bull flag, basically kissed the 50-day, got rejected, consolidated, filled the technical gap to the downside. Now you're trying to pop off of this flag pattern. And believe it or not, I think that this could actually retrace all the way to 1142, fill this gap, first fib retrace, and then it could get squeezy from there. But if we break this key trend line that I'm watching, you could argue that you have this left shoulder, your head, right shoulder, and the upside target on this measured move. Again, I repeat, this is a super speculative, high risk, long trade setup, but it could work out well. I mean, we're talking about potentially, even in a weak markets, it's up 4%. It went negative and then it's gone green. You could have at least a 16-17% move from this neckline. So watch that very, very closely because it is certainly looking strong, up 4.5% today in a weak market. Definitely good to see. I mean, look at this NVDA chart. Just straight upside. Really no downside over the last few trading sessions. Really, really incredible to watch.
You think this is the start of Santa coming to town? Is he making his preparations? Are you feeling it?
So SPY is making another push up. We could be getting stopped out here at this 440.72 level. NVIDIA is also about to stop us out. There we go. NVIDIA. Oh, wait. I still have the position. Sorry, my broker did not close me. My broker did not even close me with that wick through that 448.97 stop. Interesting. All right, I got stopped out of both NVIDIA, 448. No, I did not. Still not. Strange, but I did get stopped out of SPY for a small gain, 440.72. 15-cent gain over there. That's a little bit of a win in our pocket.
I have a question. I'm sorry. I have a question. Actually, we are in 13F season.
Still short NVIDIA with the stop loss at 488.97. It is coming down.
We'll talk about this a little bit. You want a couple notes on these? They are as of September 30th, so we're about a month and a half away. If they are active investors, it's a little bit less relevant. But if they're a Warren Buffett, if they are a kind of pension fund or something along those lines.
All right, I'm going to probably pull a short on Microsoft very, very soon here. All right, I'm pulling a short on Microsoft here, 367.52, 367.52.
How do you kind of approach 13F season? Kind of on that topic where a lot of these companies have to show that they own certain positions with certain names to be that we're rallying to. For me, I generally just look at the big names, the ones that they.
And then if we get a retrace up to this 367.80-ish, 367.90, I'll look to add to the short again.
For some reason, Berkshire decided to take a stake in Tesla. That would be a big push for Tesla, right? If Berkshire was in slowly selling away from China.
So still holding NVIDIA on the short side. It's looking more vulnerable. The SPY ETF is coming down.
I find the little gyrations of buy a little here, sell a little there really don't mean much to the name. And most of it comes out after hours anyways. There's not much majority. Drop it over to Mike, you got anything else you want to throw in here? Okay, he's all good for a second here. G-Nuts, you want to hop into the mix? I've been seeing you making a bunch of predictions here today. What are you thinking? Yeah, just for everyone that's just a prediction to your side. Yeah, good job on that. Looking good now.
All right, Tesla's a short at the double top, which is 225.39, 225.40. Keep that stop on NVIDIA. Still holding Microsoft short as well. You should see some more downside. I'll be right back in 1 minute. I'm gonna grab my charger. All right, I am back here, and markets are looking like they're in float mode. They're trying to float up. Tesla's potentially putting in a lower high. We will find out on the 5-minute chart. NVIDIA stopped us out here at 488.97 for a small gain. I am interested in shorting it again, but I just want to see it go a little bit higher here. Let's see what we're looking like on the 5-minute. So on the 5-minute chart, NVIDIA is coming right back up to this key trend line where it had a breakout, fake out, and fail. A retest of this 489.30 should be some decent resistance. And if we get a shoot up to that 489.30 area again, I will look to add to the short side on NVIDIA. Microsoft's pushing up. All right, I'm shorting NVIDIA here, 489.33. 489. It's a starter position, 1/4. And then the next ad will basically be up at this 489.85 area, or kind of a double top scenario. Microsoft's approaching the next ad level. So get ready for some potential more downside. I am seeing the dollar trying to curl up a little bit. A little bit of a negative divergence occurring in the SPY ETF again, intraday. So we have a 1/4 position in NVIDIA, 1/4 in Microsoft. Get ready to add to Microsoft here. As soon as it touches this 367.87-ish, 85-ish, it will add. All right. Oof. It's just about to add to Microsoft, and then it got that big down candle. NVIDIA, we're in the money. Nice drop coming in here. It's a big drop in the SPY. We're back in that NVIDIA short, which has paid us quite well today, intraday. The SPY looks like it's vulnerable. It's looking vulnerable. You got a hanging man candle on Microsoft on the 1 minute. Next interesting level on Microsoft is a break of this trend line, because then you will have yet again another head and shoulders intraday. Microsoft starting to push up a little bit more, trying. SPY is still looking a little vulnerable. Small caps are coming down. So the Russell's back to the negative side. All indices are back negative. I'm going to add to the Microsoft short here, 367.72. 367.72. That brings my average. It's a half a position. Brings it up to 367.73. 367.73. Watch this head and shoulders. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Break takes you to almost the low of day, I believe. Yeah, it would be the low of day. SPY's moving up. Microsoft down. So Qs are definitely the weaker indice. IWM's back to the red side. Spiders are flat. QQQ just slightly negative by 60 cents. All right, Microsoft's breaking down. Spider ETF is also looking vulnerable. NVIDIA is trying to push up. So Tesla and NVIDIA are pushing up as Microsoft is selling and potentially triggering a head and shoulders. Watching it very, very closely. Target on this Microsoft would be down to here. And then this neckline is key, because if you break this neckline, then it's pretty big sell-off can occur. So NVIDIA is pushing up. Again, Microsoft's the second largest company. Weighs in on the S&P, the Qs, the IGV. So NVIDIA is starting to move up a little bit more now. Big push on NVIDIA. Get ready to add to the next level here on NVIDIA. Pierce to that 489.85, preferably 490. There's a chance it can get to all the way to 491 today. All right, NVIDIA is pushing. Alright, so the SPY ETF could be putting in a inverted head and shoulders, which means their target of 442 could be seen today. So watch that neckline closely, but Microsoft is triggering this little intraday head and shoulders. We're still short Microsoft and NVDA. NVIDIA had a big pop and surge. Microsoft breaking down here. Should weigh in on the indices. Apple's looking okay. Tesla's looking pretty decent. Trying to put in that higher high. SMH is curling. So the IWM is positive, the SPY is positive, and then the Qs are about to flip positive, trying to. Alright, so SPY is breaking that inverted head and shoulders, or at least trying to. Microsoft's continuing to see weakness. NVIDIA is showing strength. Tesla's showing strength. Tesla's up 4.72, almost at the high of day. But watch Microsoft pull this market down. This is a bearish pattern. You're going to need Apple to offset Microsoft, or at least Tesla and NVIDIA combined, which it can happen. So our average on Microsoft is sitting here in the money at 367.63. Average on NVIDIA slightly out of the money, 489.62. Microsoft selling pretty firmly here. That should weigh in on the Qs. Big volume coming in. So I'm putting an in-the-money stop on Microsoft here. NVIDIA is flushing a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a fake out off of that inverse head and shoulders. Big bearish engulfing on the 5-minute NVIDIA chart. It's engulfing the last 5 minutes. We'll know in 2 minutes if it actually closes that way. Could also become a 10-minute engulfing, which we'll know in 7 minutes. So definitely a pretty decent sized move down. We're flat on NVIDIA in the money, moving stop loss. I'm going to trim half my Microsoft when it hits this little bit of a trend line. So call it 367 or lower, 367.15 or lower. And then I'm going to adjust my stop loss. I'm going to move my stop loss into this pivot, 367.35. And want to pierce this trend line, and then I'm going to cover half of the Microsoft short. Microsoft's bouncing off of that trend line a little bit. Tesla's still holding up relatively well. NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of a downside tick. 5-minute engulfing still in play. NVIDIA has not had an engulfing candle yet today. So on the bearish side, that's never healthy to see. Sorry, NVIDIA did have one 5-minute bullish engulfing candle back at 1220, and now it's seeing some heavy downside. All right, because we got that bounce there, I'm going to let Microsoft fall a little more. If we hit 367, even number, I'll pull off half of Microsoft position and let the rest run. Big dump on NVIDIA. It's becoming a 5-minute engulfing, potentially a 10-minute engulfing candle. So let me switch time frames here just to show you what I'm looking at. So look at that 5-minute engulfing candle, engulfing the last 5-minute candle, and that 5-minute candle happened on heavy volume. So a lot of traders bought that breakout, got sucked into there, and they're dumping it on them. It'll be interesting to see if it becomes a little 10-minute engulfing candle. It's a little bit more difficult, but if we get a close in the next 5 minutes under this 488.80, that could be a potential engulfing candle. And notice how it did happen at the high of day for NVIDIA. Dollar's starting to perk back up a little bit. The DXY is firming up. We're back underneath this key trend line. Since we've had one breakout, two breakout, which are both looking like failures, we should head down to the low end of the range. I would be surprised if we don't test that low end of the range. What stocks are you looking at, Casey? Casey Lewis or Casey Luis? Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I'll just say Casey. What stocks are you looking at, Casey? Type them in the chat below. All right, so we're still short Microsoft in the money stop loss. We're flat on NVIDIA. NVIDIA's been put in that 5-minute bearish engulfing candle. So this should hold, but we're getting a bounce here. Let me just see what's going on. And then we got to watch out for this 5-minute head and shoulders pattern on Microsoft. It's a pretty big one. So we have that little one we're playing, which is what got us this downside move. Boom. And now we have this one, left shoulder, your head, and your right shoulder. And this is your neckline. That's what we're testing right now. You can see that Microsoft's battling there. So if it breaks that one, I mean, we're talking about a move that probably won't transpire today. I mean, it could. We still have an hour and a half left. You'd have to see a big flusher, but most likely carry into tomorrow. We could see a move down to 365. So we'll watch it closely. Getting a little bit of a bounce, uptick here. You haven't triggered that larger head and shoulders, only the smaller one. The small target takes you to 366.65-ish, give or take. All right, markets are looking a little bit more firm here. SPY new high of day. Sorry, I stand corrected. SPY making a little bit of a higher high compared to its previous high. It's not a new high. The high of day is sitting at 441.33. NVDA. So we're still holding Microsoft. It never stopped us out. We're still holding NVIDIA. We're flat. So we are holding a couple shorts on this market. Big mega caps. Qs have been the weakest indice, which is why I'm targeting some of these mega caps. NVIDIA's been strong. Microsoft's been weak. Apple's starting to curl a little bit lower here, losing the short-term EMAs. Bear flag on the 1-minute chart for Apple. The bear flag is breaking on the Apple chart. NVIDIA looks to be curling. EMA 113 at 488.83 should be decent support. You have a whole confluence of 3 moving averages. So if you lose this level here, slice through these 3 areas, that's going to be super, super bearish. And the markets are falling as the dollar is also falling. Yields are back to the negative side. VIX is slightly positive. So Apple, Microsoft, Amazon are weak. Google, NVIDIA, Tesla are strong. Meta's basically flat. UNH, Johnson & Johnson are both green. Berkshire Hathaway is slightly red. Walmart's green. Procter & Gamble green. JP Morgan red. XON green. So those are a couple of your biggest companies. Tesla's still holding most of its gains. AVGO is climbing nicely. All right, Microsoft stopped us out for a nice little gain. The 367.35 stop was tagged. That was a hard stop. That was tagged. So the next short level, what I would consider on Microsoft would have to be right around this gap fill, 367.72. NVIDIA is pushing up a little bit more now. Spider ETF is trying to break out on the 5-minute. So short Microsoft at this 367.73. That's what I'm looking at.
consensus bands. Some people are calling them predictive bands. And
So Microsoft and Apple are now moving up, pushing the indices higher. NVIDIA is kind of just stale here at this point in time. We're back to our original short level on Microsoft here. I wanted a little bit higher though. And we have a half a position in NVIDIA. I would add again to NVIDIA at the double top here, 490.62. But get ready for Microsoft. I want to add to the short here at 367.72. Nat gas is flying. Holy. Nat gas now up 6.34% on the session, making a new high. It's had quite a few green candles in a row. Let's just take a look at this. Keep Microsoft on your radar because I am interested in playing that one again. But I'm just going to flip to UNG here. So keep UNG on watch. Okay, get ready to short UNG.
NVIDIA, Microsoft. These are from top people. Microsoft NVIDIA. Britain agrees, got a 63% accuracy score all time. That's pretty amazing. That's not easy to do. Paper Gates has got a nice meta prediction. It all just came in hot off the presses. Paper Gates is at 64% accuracy and 20% prediction. That's insane. That is just unbelievable.
All right, get ready to short nat gas here. UNG. I'm picking UNG here. You can buy KOLD, which is a triple levered. I'm just doing UNG. All right, 674 I'm short. 674 I'm short here. UNG. This is a 1/3 position. 1/3.
You can see how people have done the last 30 days, how they did Friday, and how they did the last 7 days. And it's very valuable, and you can follow. We have a lot of people who have, 15 to 20,000 followers on predicting. So if you want to make yourself famous, you're really good at predicting, get on that leaderboard. People follow you. You have to say,
Big volume coming in NVIDIA.
why do you think the stock is going to go in either direction?
I predict a lot better. It's usually on days where I trade. I'll throw my predictions after I exit my trade. And usually I do it.
So we are short UNG here at 674. 674, 1/3 position. Why? If we look at the natural gas chart, take a look at this pullback in nat gas. So first off, for the nat gas trade, why I'm taking that short area. Let me just let this charge. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 green candles in a row, piercing that double top. If you flip to the daily chart, look at NVIDIA coming in. Nice. That's a hard dump. That's a real good dump on NVIDIA. But take a look at this little pivot zone here that I've been waiting for. So this green bar, you broke it. You've now retraced back down to the breakout and resistance area. So that's a big, big resistance in nat gas. That's why we've taken that trade in nat gas. You're just tapping that level there on the UNG. Could it go higher to gap fill? Yeah, it absolutely could. But this is where we take our shots and we just wait for a small scalp pullback. Something that's tradable. Potential head and shoulders forming on NVIDIA. They have been negated all day, so take these with a grain of salt. But it's valid if it breaks this neckline. Break of that neckline takes you down to about 487. Okay, so we're 2 cents in the money on nat gas. It's still holding up very, very well. It is pulling back slightly. Tesla made a little bit of a lower high. All right, so NVIDIA's seeing some downside. Nat gas is pulling off from the high there. We pretty much nailed the exact high on UNG, which is a thing of beauty. CDNS with a stop loss at 229.75. So this is a swing trade, I assume, with a price target of 325. Yeah, it's not making a move. It's a 2-to-1 win ratio. I'll take a look at CDN. Sorry, what's the ticker? CDNS. Okay, I know that ticker very well. Oh, Head and Shoulders triggering on NVIDIA here. Head and Shoulders triggering on NVIDIA. Let me just pull up the CDNS. So we're nicely in the money now on NVIDIA. I'm going to move a stop at 489.54 in the money. So you're saying, Casey, that you entered CDNS at 263.49 with a stop at 229.75. 263.79. Okay, so you got a good entry. You caught a lot of this move. 263.7. Oh, 49. Even lower. Good for you, man. Right at that. Oof. So first things first, you've done pretty much a measured move. High to low, low to high, high to low. It's overshot a measured move, so it's overbought. Now, let's just see what resistance we can look into. Look how far stretched you are from the 50-day moving average. Super, super far. Just going to go to the weekly chart just to get a bigger perspective. You know, you did do some meaningful consolidation in this range. Let me just erase this, actually. So you've broken through that resistance. I'm just drawing some trend lines here. Just give me a second. I want to play around with a few things. Okay, so you broke through that on a weekly basis, which is bullish. Now you could potentially be forming this little bit of a channel, even if you were to use those lows on a conservative basis. So you can see right into this weekly channel resistance. Let me adjust this channel a little bit more accurately. Perhaps a little bit more upside, but I wouldn't be chasing the price action here. I would actually keep a break even. Since you're up on your trade with the recent move that it's probably done today, I would put a break even stop on this trade, maybe a little bit more upside to 266.59. But I'm seeing a pullback coming in the markets, and this name will also get hit. You know, I think a pullback at least to the 20 moving average, this 245.26 is very, very likely. So just keep your close eye on that. You know, Cadence in that technology services, it's showing strength today, which is a good sign, especially since the Qs are weak. So yeah, definitely relative strength. But look at this move. I mean, pretty much what is that? Almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 up days in a row. You know, you have to start looking at when people are going to start taking profits. I guess it did have a stellar earnings, but too far stretched for me. Could you buy a retrace back at this pivot high? Sure, but I think a deeper pullback needs to be seen. You're hitting these overbought RSIs. There's still a positive divergence, so that, you know, there's no negative divergence on the side, which is good. It means that it can run a little bit more, or at least chop sideways and hold most of its gains. So you got a decent entry there. I just don't see 325.48 yet. I think the markets are going to get a pullback. Once the pullback happens on the S&P and the Qs, then I think this could potentially run. But clearly a market leader running new all-time highs, definitely a strong name. It's not a short up here, not yet, in my opinion, but getting very, very close to be. Even some day trade scalp shorts on this name are probably pretty lucrative at this level. Just trying to see if there's any intraday RSI divergences. So yeah, here you have a divergence. So you can see on the RSI here, intraday 10-minute chart, you're forming, what are you forming? You're at resistance on the RSI, high, lower high, lower high, lower high. But the price action is forming a high, a high, a high, a high. It just keeps grinding up. So you have an intraday divergence, which means that there's some potential day trade shorts intraday that you could pull off. But no real divergence yet on the daily chart. Possible small divergence forming on the hourly chart. So the time frames are slowly starting to work in a negative divergence. You have your RSI highs over here, but price action was all the way down over here. So potentially, but yeah, it's just an overbought name at this point in time. I couldn't chase it myself. No divergence yet on the 4-hour chart. All right, back to the UNG. If there's any other stocks you want me to just briefly discuss, feel free. Hopefully that helped, Casey. So we're still short UNG and NVDA. And NVIDIA has triggered a head and shoulders on the 1 minute, as seen on this chart. Target 487.62. Potential failed breakout on the SPY ETF. Microsoft, Apple getting a nice big bounce. Power hour is approaching. All right, so NVIDIA stopped me out here. Break even, or sorry, a small gain, 49.54. I'm looking at shorting it again here at the same entry, which I just did. So 489.64. Stop loss. Stop loss will be up here, and we'll add to the position. This wick low, 489.95. You're welcome, Casey. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Certainly a mega cap stock or a large cap stock that's very, very strong. No doubt in a technical uptrend. Just I can't chase that one, personally speaking. Not saying it won't go up or continue. I just can't chase it yet. But certainly one on my radar that I'll watch for pullbacks because it's making new 52-week highs. I believe it's new all-time highs if I'm not corrected. So certainly positive price action. All right, so in the SMH here, the heaviest weighted stock in the SMH isn't NVIDIA. It's actually AVGO and AMD. So AVGO is now tagging that 113, EMA 113 on the 1 minute chart, but it's actually looking a little bit vulnerable here. So when the heaviest weighted stock is looking vulnerable to some more downside, it's naturally most likely going to hurt the SMH. So I'm watching this one closely because we are in an NVIDIA short as well. So if this one starts losing this green bar pivot here at 948.66, then you could see a move down to the next support, which we're looking at 947. So you could see a $2 drop in this name.
We just got a ton of top predictors, put in a bunch of great predictions just in the last 5 minutes. So make sure you check those out. A lot of interesting thoughts and ideas out there. But yeah, just again, it's your community. Please make your predictions.
So be careful on NVIDIA. Head and shoulders on the 1 minute and 2 minute has triggered. Downside target takes you back to the low end of this range. The range that you've been chopping in for quite some substantial amount of time. A little bit of a lowercase h forming here. UNG is still hovering at the highs, seeing a little bit of selling commencing in nat gas.
Thank you all for your input and for using the site and for adding to the community. We really appreciate it. We don't take you for granted. We appreciate you very much. Yeah, big thank you. Also just saying for everyone that's in the audience, make sure following all these speakers.
Flush it, flush it, flush it. SPY went negative again. Qs are negative. Russell positive. SPY looking like a double top failed breakout. So what's interesting is, like, even though the dollar and yields are softened today, banks are still weak. NVIDIA is falling off of this head and shoulders. Let's take a look at the CDNS. Alright, NVIDIA is falling more now, so is some shorts here. Maybe Tesla, just because it's so extended. But you still have this bearish pattern on Microsoft that looks... SMH is rolling over, AMD is rolling over, NVIDIA is seeing some. Alright, I'm taking Microsoft short here. 367.24. 367.24. Boom. Big drop coming in on NVIDIA. This is beautiful. This is amazing to see. Alright, NVIDIA break-even stop sitting at 418. Sorry, we'll actually put it this red bar, 489.13. Protecting the trade. Power hour has commenced. NVIDIA continuing to fall. All right, I moved my stop on NVIDIA down to 488.99. 488.99. The trade is risk-free. I'm hoping we get some more downside, so we're looking at 65 cents times 200 shares. In Microsoft, we have 150 shares short. Okay, spiders are seeing some more wicks down. NVIDIA is seeing more wicks. AMD is falling. SMH is falling. AVGO is also falling. We touched base on that earlier.
Because Fred happened to be every other year switch up like the ornament. So it's like we'll do like
So we're deep in the money on our NVIDIA short. We're slightly out of the money on our Microsoft. We're flat. We're in the money now. And UNG, we're just basically slightly in the money by 1 penny. So NVIDIA is falling. I'm going to adjust the stop loss some more now. 488.83. Microsoft, I've got UNG on my other screen. Watching that closely. So this is a potential bearish pattern on Microsoft. And the Russell, will the Russell end green today or will they sell it? Big push in NVIDIA coming in. Big push, big push, big push. Will it stop us out? It might. 5-minute hanging man on Microsoft right at that neckline. Very intriguing. All right, NVIDIA stopped me out at 488.83 for a nice gain. Beautiful job. Still holding UNG and Microsoft. EMA 113 is being tested. All right, I'm going to short NVIDIA here again. 489.01. 489.01. Stop loss, that previous wick high. So we're back in it. So far, we're losing the moving averages on the short-term basis.
they get the right person in leadership and go through the pains and actually.
All right, so NVIDIA is just above our entry. Microsoft is trying to hold on. UNG, take a look at UNG. UNG is 672, slightly in the money. I am seeing that gas start to fall a little bit here, just briefly. So we'll watch that closely. Still holding NVIDIA short at 489.01. SPY is trying to move up. The Russell's still holding green. The SPY is trying to flip green. Will we get a late day flush, a rally, or sideways chop? Here comes NVIDIA. Down, down, down. Could be forming an inverted head and shoulders. So now we got to watch closely because I'm going to cover this if it breaks. So if it breaks this neckline, we can actually go long. Whoops. But it's not valid until we get that break. And remember, there is a bigger head and shoulders break that is occurring. Another hanging man candle on the 5-minute. SPY is testing the EMA 113. Dollar still negative. It's trying to move up. Nat gas is still holding really, really well at the highs of the chart. Come on, Microsoft, breakdown, breakdown. We're seeing Tesla a little bit weak. Microsoft's coming back down. We're flat on that trade, flat on NVIDIA, flat on UNG. Maybe they just keep us in a sideways range. Just keep your stop tight on NVIDIA here. Because if it gets a pop out of this inverted head and shoulders, you could short it at around this confluence, this 490 again. That's what I'm looking at. SPY's pushing up. Microsoft down. Who's going to win? Apple up. All right, NVIDIA's trying to pop. All right, I just got stopped out on NVIDIA here, 49.28, 49.28 for a small loss, for a 26-cent loss. Still holding Microsoft and UNG. Short level, 490. All right, I'm going long NVIDIA here, 489.26. Stop loss. Oof, just, nope, I'm still in. Didn't wick me out yet. Closed below 489.01 and the 1 minute chart stops me out. EMA 113 recaptured. If we lose that, I stop out. Which we're losing it. No, we're holding. We're losing. All right. Failed breakout. I'm short. No, we're still holding it. We're still holding it. Using that 489.01. That's the key. That is the key. All right. I got stopped out there. I got stopped out on NVDA. That's too bad. That's all right. We got stopped out for a small little loss on NVIDIA. We're still holding Microsoft short, and NVIDIA is breaking lower. Sorry about that big wick energy there. That one was crazy. That's okay though. You win some, you lose some. Now this is very bearish. This is looking like a bigger move is coming to the downside on NVIDIA. And Microsoft surging. Microsoft is surging higher. Nat gas is still in the money. Big push coming in Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA. Basically, it looks like the money came out of NVIDIA, went into Microsoft. All right, I'm going to add to my Microsoft short. Just get ready. Adding right here, 367.43. 367.43 brings my average up to 367.34. We're hitting resistance right now on Microsoft, short-term resistance. Very, very minor. Spiders, SPY is trying to push up. Big, big push coming in the SPY. So we're short Microsoft and we're short natural gas. So I'll pull up the nat gas chart. Well, we're actually short UNG, but so again, anyone looking for swing trade alert service, Discord service, insight to how a swing trader, day trader trades, my company Trading Capital offers a Discord service where we post daily analysis videos, weekly analysis videos, trade alerts, live trade alerts, swing trades, day trades, scalps, everything in between, the whole nine. There's entries, exits, stop loss, profit targets. And I try to do this live day trading every once in a while. Since I've been going through a transition to a new office, I used to do it every day, 9 to about 11:30. But I have had some other things take precedence. But I try to get some afternoon streams to really help get some insights into the market and cover a lot of things that typical traders don't and that you may not find elsewhere. Again, NVIDIA is really teasing me. I do like this one on the short side still. Just let this chart load. So NVIDIA is trying to break out of this area, but I'm actually intrigued for a short here on NVIDIA. All right, I'm shorting NVIDIA here, 488.90, 488.90. Stop loss, this wick high. Amazon's almost gone green. SPY's green, Russell green, Qs are basically almost green. They're trying to eke out a small gain. Oof. Big push here in NVIDIA. I'm still holding the short. SPY's hitting resistance right now. All right, I'm going to actually add to the short position. One more little push up here, and I will add. I'd like to see it hit this 490 area again. 489.90, 489.96. Microsoft's pushing up. Next ad level on Microsoft, we have a gap fill intraday here at 367.70. NVIDIA is pushing, so is Microsoft. All right, I'm about to add to NVIDIA here. All right, I just added there at 489.97, 489.97. Big surge coming in. You got to retrace to the neckline. Average on NVIDIA now is 489.50. Whoa, look at that big push. That's a big push. I'm going to add to Microsoft here, 367.58. Brings the average up to 367.44. So we're slightly out of the money on both. That's okay though. We'll see if we get some more downside. So NVIDIA tapped that neckline retrace, pivot to pivot to pivot breakdown. This is a big spot here. So next ad level on Microsoft is 367.77. So we have a half position in NVIDIA and we have a half a position in Microsoft. In the money on Microsoft, slightly out of the money. And we're also shorting UNG. Don't forget about UNG, which we're seeing. So this is why we just inch into positions at the resistance so that when we do get that pullback, we're in the money, just patiently waiting. So big dump coming in on Microsoft. That's going to hurt the indices here. It should hurt the indices. All right, we're nicely in the money. So I'm going to put a in the money stop loss on Microsoft. 367.38. Protect the trade. This looks a little bit dumpy. You've been defended at these wick lows, so. But we're testing this area again. Break of this trend line and we go lower. Once again, they're defending it. They're defending NVIDIA here at this key trend line. FTAI, daily chart long entry of 41.81. Price target 56.44. FTAI, Microsoft's breaking down here. I'll take a look at it. Microsoft big breakdown, so this is good to see. Yeah, so aviation stocks, Jets. I actually, full disclosure, did own Jets for quite a long time at the bottom there. Closed it, I believe on Friday I closed my Jets position. Boeing's obviously been doing phenomenally well, so that's helping aviation stocks. But look at this thing. This thing's flying. Oof, Microsoft. I'm going to lower my stop to 367.28. I'm actually going to take off half of the position here. I'm covering half here at 367.09, leaving the rest to run with a stop loss basically right at the neckline here, 367.22. So nice job on those profits there. I covered half at that low wick there, 367.01. Okay, so that's where I covered, was 367.01. And basically now the other half of the trade stop loss is sitting here at 367.23. So it's leaving my runners. That's good. NVIDIA's pushing up. I will add to NVIDIA again at double top 4. It just surged. I got filled at 490.91. 490.91. Sorry, just give me 1 second there, Casey. I'll look at FTAI in a second. Just NVIDIA's going berserk. All right, I'm moving my stop loss now down to 367.10 on Microsoft. 367.10. So you have NVIDIA surging, but Microsoft dumping. So they're kind of, look at this move on NVIDIA. Wow. Holy. So I got filled at 490.91. Whoops. So basically my average is the 3/4 position at 490.20 on NVIDIA. 490.20. But NVIDIA is now up 1.5%. I think it's like 12 days in a row. Microsoft's still looking weak and vulnerable. So we added to NVIDIA on the short at 490.90, brought our average up to 490.20. 490.20, I repeat. And we're still holding runners, stop loss on MSFTs at 367.10. 367.10. SPY is trying to hold its breakout. Target on Microsoft, target 1 on Microsoft has almost achieved. And then you have, if you look on a little bit of a larger term time frame, Apple's starting to roll. You have triggered now on the 5-minute chart this larger inverse head and shoulders, which takes you down to 365. So Microsoft's getting real dumpy here. And remember, Microsoft was the leader during this rally, making new all-time highs, 52-week highs, new all-time highs compared to all the other mega cap stocks. So just keep that in mind. So Qs are still negative, SPY is positive, Russ is positive. All right, I'm going to move my stop loss down now to 366.93 on, actually 366.90. So we're protecting the other half in the money. So basically on the first half we made 40 cents. Now we're making at least 53 cents per share. Beautiful to see. NVIDIA is still showing resiliency. Still showing resiliency. New low on Microsoft. SPY is starting to get a little bit weaker here. We just need the semis to keep rolling. So Microsoft is giving up a lot of the gains now, down 1/8%. So the final ad on NVIDIA, just bear with me while I figure this out. It's going to be $491.20.
What was your question again? Like how you prevent yourself from paralysis? Okay, so for me, I have really bad ADHD, so like I'm not gonna overanalyze anything. I'm really good at
$491.20. All right, I'll watch NVIDIA on my other screen, and then I'll pull up this FTAI.
I have pretty strict rules. Like if you go to my page, right at the top of my page, the rules that I use when I do small cap shop. To an extent, that's exactly what I do with my normal trading. Slightly older because I'm not doing it in a small account. But yeah, I mean,
I'm going to start on the weekly chart here. Again, my bias is for indices to see some downsides. So naturally, when you have the SPY, the Qs, the Russell potentially running into some headwinds, you should see downsides. So first things first, 3 weeks up in a row, breaking out of that consolidation. Okay. Looking for any trend lines of resistance. All right, so I'm going to look at this parallel channel. So first things first, look at this beautiful parallel. Connecting your pivot COVID low, your pivot in 22, pivot high, pivot high. You're into that area right now. So technically speaking, you should see some pullback or some selling pressure. But since it's at new all-time highs, this could just put in sideways consolidation. It needs to consolidate more though. It's very, very extended on basically all the term time frames. The only thing I don't like, weekly chart, you do have a weekly divergence. Notice your high. So your high from all the way back here, your high from all the way back here, but you've made a higher high in the price action, a little bit of a lower high in the overall RSI. That's on the weekly. Daily chart. Daily chart's dangerous because you're trading inside of this high volume red candle. So that little indecision candle, that doji distribution candle that happened on volume is technically your high pivot to trade against. Everything inside of that right now is bearish because you haven't got a daily close above it. Now, you can argue that today is looking to be your first daily close above that high pivot. So short term, you're looking positive. Obviously, there's still 30 minutes left in the session. The only thing I don't like about this is that you tried piercing this area on Friday with that big rally, and then you closed back right on that previous pivot. So you created this inside wick. Now you had that big dump, big reversal again, and you're still inside of this big wick. So I know there's a lot of buyers here. It's strong. It's positive that it's up in a weak market. That's certainly a good sign for it. But at the resistance, I wouldn't chase it here yet. Let me just read your comments. What your entry was: 41.81 long. 41.81 long. Wait, excuse me. 41.81. I don't even see the price action being up there yet. So are you just looking to buy it if it breaks out from the pivot high? Maybe that's what you're looking at. But honestly, where I would consider a long is just this pivot high. If we get a pullback to this previous high here, that would be a decent area. It'd give the moving averages some time to reset. So call it 37.95. If we throw in a simple fib retrace, let's see if that aligns with any fib zones. So look at that. That retrace of that pivot high just so happens to be the 382 fib retrace. So that's two little factors there that should help the trade on the long side if it pulls back. But definitely you are into resistance here. So you have to be mindful and you have to be careful. Let me see here. Maybe a potential divergence on the daily chart So you can see here you made your high on the RSI daily, basically on this green candle here. And now you've made a higher high on the daily chart price action, but the RSI hasn't quite taken out, but you're overbought. You're overbought for sure. Let me take the monthly chart out. Oof, look at that, eh? And again, you take this low to this high, this low to this high, that's a measured move. It's completed structure. So in reality, if it follows the same pattern that it just did, just some quick, simple analysis without using any math, that measured move, you should start seeing some sell side pressure, and this should actually fall to about 24.83. Obviously there's pit stops along the way. This is a monthly chart. So like this fall took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 months before you put in the low pivot. But that's how measured moves typically work in a parallel channel. You have your big up move, big consolidation, and what did that, I would say this probably retraced, 50% maybe even the 618. So you take a look at that, it retraced basically almost 61% of the move. So if you were to retrace this 61% of this move, it'll put you at about 25.05 that you could see a pullback. But that's looking, at the end of December 2024. So basically about a year or two. Now the markets are seeing a little bit more downside here. So let me just flip back to NVIDIA's because we are still inside here. Even NVIDIA's got that big monthly bearish RSI divergence. Look on the weekly chart. Weekly chart is also putting in a bearish divergence, being the fact that you're at the all-time highs. And look where the RSI is trading, much, much lower. The daily chart RSI, let's take a look at that. Daily chart's getting a little extended, very extended actually, from the midpoint of your RSI there into decent resistance. Again, there's your high on your RSI, which was that high pivot. But NVIDIA is starting to look a little bit weaker intraday. Just in the last little session here, we had a little bit of a dump. Hopefully that analysis on FTAI helped. I do my best there. Just be careful chasing that price action. I like to look for trade setups. I know you have a risk to reward setup there, Casey, of 2-1. I'd like to look at like 3-1. That's kind of what I generally prefer. Sometimes it's easier to get 2-1, but just make sure you abide by it and really follow that ratio and keep your stops tight. All right, NVIDIA's falling. We're in the money. Still got those stops on Microsoft. So I'm going to lower it. 366.81 stop on Microsoft. So we're in the money tremendously off of that bearish break. We're in the money on NVIDIA here. I want to see NVIDIA retest pre-market high. I honestly do think there's a potential that it could. NVIDIA is starting to break down. New little wick low there on Microsoft. Microsoft's still seeing some sell side pressure, bringing the SPY ETF down here. What's keeping the Qs up? Tesla and NVIDIA, basically. SPY is back to the negative side. SPY is back to the negative side.
Obviously, you're much more in tune with the charts. There is a significant amount of macro stuff going on right now, just with more like a CPI or some of these other incentives. To be honest, with 19 Fed speakers, how do you trade around that? That's tough, you know? I mean, it's tough. All you can do is, I'll give you an example. So, I put a video on my YouTube channel on Saturday, and I basically walked you through step by step day trade in Palantir, right? Yeah, on Friday, on Thursday and Friday. Thursday was a loser. Friday, unfortunately, was a winner, and I made up for it. One of the problems on Thursday was everything looked great, and then they had a treasury auction, which apparently went bad.
All right, nice dump coming in here, losing the 113 EMA, or testing it at least, on NVIDIA. Potential failed breakout on NVIDIA. So we're looking nicely here on the shorts at the moment. We're looking very, very nicely. Microsoft big pop. All right, we got stopped out of Microsoft for a lovely gain here. 366.81. Second half of Microsoft, we got stopped out. So look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. 61 cents times 150 shares. Now, Microsoft is a short again. If you get a retrace back to about this zone here, this 367.20. So keep your eye on it. I'm still watching that gas. NVIDIA is looking vulnerable. So we are actually slightly out of the money on UNG by 1 cent. So we're watching that gas closely. And look at this. What is this pattern here? What is that pattern? That pattern is bearish. So we could see a wild moves. Below pre-market high on the Qs. So we're back under that 113 EMA. I think you get a retest. If you reject there, you could see more downside, but the Qs are getting a nice pop here. Get ready to add to nat gas again if it pops a little bit higher. All right, you can see rejection occurred as of now. Qs are coming back. It's interesting to see the dollar heading into support right ahead of CPI. So the Qs and the SPY are fighting that positive territory.
Yes.
Alright, so the Qs are fighting this area here. Basically, we're slightly in the money on NVIDIA. This could be a failed breakout. Typically from failed breakouts, you head back down to the low end of the range, which I see happening. Very, very likely scenario. Let me flip the Qs back on. The Qs and the spiders look vulnerable to breaking down. They're both negative. The Russell's still positive. You have a little mini intraday head and shoulders forming.
Accountability.
Tesla's still holding up very, very well. Apple's coming down. Microsoft's still trying to pop. So the selling right now is coming from NVIDIA and Apple because Microsoft and Tesla are holding. Amazon's holding and bouncing. So is, let me check the Bitcoin chart, BTC, USDT. So Q's on the precipice of breaking down here. They're very, very close. NVIDIA is losing that EMA 113. Qs are testing the neckline. If it breaks, we have a 10-minute flusher potential. 10-minute flusher potential. Microsoft's continuing to try to climb a little bit higher here. Tesla's still holding. NVIDIA's seeing sellers. Qs and SPY are in this neutral territory. SPY is just negative by 1 penny. Now it's flat. We will see if SPY closes red or green. Red or green. Here comes the EMA 113 test on NVIDIA. If we reject, I suspect 487.95 test. Microsoft's now coming down, and so is Apple, so that's two of the heavyweights. Nat gas up 6.5%. We're flat on our UNG. Just to put into perspective, I will be excuse me, when the coffee wears off. CPI tomorrow. Definitely stay tuned. I'll try to do another live stream, but it's going to be very, very interesting. 8:30 a.m. Dollars at support. Yields are at support. Markets are very, very lofty and extended. Can the rally continue? Perhaps, but risk to reward favors the downside. If you look at oil's price action compared to last month, oil actually was trading back at the previous all-time high. So a lot of people are expecting a light CPI, but oil was actually trading up at the cycle high. So if you look at the last 30 days, basically the 30 days that it's going to take into account would be, so tomorrow's the 14th, October 14th, so it would be September 14th. So if you look at the September 14th period in oil to the, sorry, let me just find that here. Sorry, if you look at the August 14th to the September 14th, you were trading very, very high in oil, which means that actually CPI could have an upside surprise in the energy side. Big breakdown coming in the Qs. All right, let's go. We're in the money nicely on NVIDIA. I am going to basically put a stop loss here. Look at this big breakdown. Stop loss at 488.42. This is what we've been waiting for, a big flush all day. Take a look at that, $1.75 guaranteed per trade. I'm actually going to lower it to there, 488.24. Hopefully we get more flushing. Pre-market high being tested. I'm covering my NVIDIA here at 487.90. 487.90 for a beautiful $2.33 move per a share. And we have triggered the head and shoulders, which should take you lower. So good trade there. Awesome. Fantastic job if you caught those trades. Look at this. It's even going lower. Wow. Look at the dump. Look at the dump. Look at the dump. We walked you through this one. I mean, anybody that didn't catch that trade with us on NVIDIA, we walked you, we telegraphed it. Please give this video a like. Please subscribe to my channel on YouTube at Trading One Capital Inc. Check out my Discord at tradingcapital.ca. And definitely please tune in again. We're happy to have you here. I take questions. I try to analyze charts if people request things. And I'm just certainly here trying to provide additional insights into this market, because at the end of the day, I'd rather have small retail traders win, like myself, versus the institutions that manipulate these markets up and down at free will. And that's the name of the game. Just try to provide insights to make money. Look at this dump though. Wow, what a move down. But that was an excellent short on the NVIDIA chart there. And Qs again, head and shoulders, has triggered intraday, 76 something. Let me just flip up the UNG. Wow, look at this NVIDIA move now. So the Q's negative, Spider's negatives, Russell's holding on ever so dearly. And in 5 minutes, I will close this UNG short, where right now we're up a penny. So I'm going to put a break-even stop loss at 674, just in case that it pops up. But definitely an interesting day. I'm going to do a daily analysis for us. A lot of price action to discuss. Wow, look at NVIDIA go. Let's see the next support level now. Spider are going to test the lows. Well, they test. Wow, look at this dump. Free falling on NVIDIA. Because I'm free. Look at that free fall on NVIDIA. It's a thing of beauty. That is a thing of beauty, I tell you. So you lost that pre-market high. Boom. Look at it, still dumping. Look at that 10-minute candle. Whew. If NVIDIA starts to give it up in the more recent trading sessions, then that's going to really hinder the Qs. You think about what's brought the Qs up so much: Microsoft and NVIDIA. NVIDIA trading at basically the all-time highs. Microsoft did make new all-time highs, and it is also starting to give it up. And again, Microsoft has triggered. Let me just show you some of these patterns that a lot of these mega cap stocks are triggering now. But take a look at Microsoft. This is a pretty big bearish pattern that is occurring. Look at this trade on NVIDIA. If you're holding runners, which I usually do, you could be friggin' EMA 113 double bottom coming into effect. This is wow. What a dump. But look at this head and shoulders on Microsoft. You kind of almost have two. You have a bear gap started from the all-time highs now. But look at this. Let me just actually erase this to clean up the chart. Take a look at that. That is a bearish head and shoulders pattern on the 10-minute coming from a bear gap that is triggered. Target takes you down to 365. And then you could even argue that there's a potential flat bottom head and shoulders. If you draw this pivot low, this pivot, you haven't triggered it yet, but you have a micro left shoulder, you have a big head, you have a big right shoulder. Imagine this one triggers from the high down to the low. And if you trigger that, you're looking at a move at 362, maybe even a over flush to the gap, 360, right back to that heavy consolidation zone. So there's a lot of interesting things that are going to come into play here. Apple's chart also looking a little bit choppy here with the head and shoulders. It hasn't triggered it. It certainly has not triggered it, but getting very, very close to it. And this could be a big bear flag. And actually, this is a better looking head and shoulders than Microsoft. Hasn't triggered, but it can. So not only do you have a head and shoulders pattern, but this is a huge bear flag. Even if you just take the measured move from this high to this low to your bearish consolidation, you could have a move down to 182. That signifies a drop in Apple of about 1%. Oof, NVIDIA tagging double bottom. If you're still in those, well done. Well done. Look at that. That is magnificent. Wow. Thing of beauty. And you can actually argue Apple's testing a break of that neckline. So if you draw it from that pivot, erase that, you can see this is a key pivot. You get a 10-minute close below that. It sets up more downside for Apple. I would be shocked if NVIDIA goes negative. It's up 0.5% still, but that's a crazy, crazy drop. Let's just look at the NVIDIA daily. You over $2 and something cents on the NVIDIA day trade, scalp short. We did Microsoft win. We're in the money on UNG. We've done about 7 day trades today, live stream today. We've won 6 of them, lost 1. The winners were much, much bigger than the loser, but congrats today. And again, that's the market close. So as of now, the SPY finished negative. The QQQ finished negative by $1.14. SPY finished negative by 40 cents, and the Russell finished up by 5 cents on the chart. Let's just take a look at the daily chart of NVIDIA to see how it finished the candle today. And it did, yet again, make another high. Take a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. From that high to that high. Take a look at that. Is that not beautiful? Boom. Boom. Measured move. If you take this high to this high, that's a measured move. Exactly a measured move. You've just done it in a much shorter, steeper decline. Now, if you follow the same sort of price action, you should get a drop from here. Boom. A bounce back to the previous high. Okay. Back to just form a little bit of a lower high. And then you get your big, big flush down to the low end of the channel. That would be interesting to see if that's the way that it forms. So maybe heading into the earnings next week, we get some sell-off, then earnings pop it, and then they drop it. That's what I'm kind of expecting. Random guess, but thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you a bit tomorrow, and definitely stay tuned for that CPI print at 8:30. Maybe I'll do a video live at 8:30, so be sure to check live here on the channel. Check out my website at tradingcapital.ca. I'll just post it here on the actual website, on the actual chart here. So www.tradingcapital.ca, where you can gain access to my Telegram group, where I post daily insight videos, live trade alerts, swing trades, day trades, everything else in between, crypto, stocks. We trade pretty much anything with volume, micro caps, large caps, mega caps, some penny stocks if it has enough volume on the day. But generally speaking, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the chart.